man, let's get started. Let's do this. It's right over here. We got the thing, right? Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 12th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. We're going to write code today that you've probably not seen before, because we're going to get down and dirty. We're going to get into some reflection. We're going to get into building a plugin system for our website, for our application, so that folks can upload new functionality and without the website restarting, automatically start using those new features inside the application. I don't know. Did I get up early? Did I start early or something? I only see C# Titan in chat. Hello, hope I'm doing well. Greetings to you in Australia. Good time at Philly.net last night. Oh yeah. So I basically gave a talk that was recapping the keynote from .NET Conf with a large focus on .NET Aspire. There were lots of questions around .NET Aspire, how it works, different things that work together with it. So we spent a bit of time talking about that. I showed off how Aspirify.net works. I showed off some of the new features around ASP.NET, and I had a good time talking about that. Weird Beard Dev, happy Thursday to you. Hello, hello. Welcome in. So, did I order a Philly cheese steak? It's a cheese steak. It's a sandwich. No. Because I'm quite open about it. I have celiac disease, so I can't eat wheat, barley, rye, side products of those. The gluten protein in there, my body can't handle. So I even if I order a Philly cheesesteak, I can't get it with the roll, and the bread is the best part. The bread is what makes these sandwiches, and can't quite do that. So having a Philly cheesesteak on in a bowl is not quite the same. I've mixed it with French fries. That's not bad. So you downloaded the new .NET SDK? I did not see that there was an update to the .NET SDK. Where do I want to go? .NET. Let's check out what's going on over there. And there's a handful of things that I want to talk about here today. So I'm going to click through to download. I only see 900. Is there a 90101? Do we have a list of fixes? Do we have release notes from December 3rd? That says 900. Is there a 90200 preview? Is there a 90100 here somewhere? 90101. Let's see. I'm going to get some music playing in here in the background, and we'll listen to this a little bit. This is the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist. Let's start here. Sleeper PC. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together we're listening to today. There's the title up top there. .NET list package vulnerable, throws argument exception. Okay, so that's fixed. Postpone respecting the code style analysis config rule. Okay. Static web assets detects pre-compressed assets. Weird progress indicators start appearing in standard out. Yeah, that's a good thing. Warnings not as errors ignored for some warnings with warn as error option. Okay. All right. Makes sense. Sure, we'll go grab an installer for that and get that updated. So, let's see, what else did I want to cover? We recorded the new Blazor Puzzle podcast. And I think what's challenging is the last puzzle 58 that we recorded. Let me kick off this install. Yep, go ahead. Yep. Not that. Don't close OBS while we're broadcasting. That's a bad idea. The last Blazor puzzle, so puzzle 58. Really? Yeah, okay. Right. Blazor puzzle com. There it is. Right, so the last one we did here was around managing state for multi-tenant applications, which gets into a handful of really confusing topics. There we are. That's me. And there we go. So I'm not sure that we set this up entirely easy for folks to pick up. And it was using a little bit of an anti-pattern with some pages that were coded specific to each one of the tenants. It's a little bit of an anti-pattern. And in talking with Carl, we recognize that because you then need to build new pages and deploy new pages for each new customer that signs up. And that ends up being very much an anti-pattern because you can't have people just sign up on their own and join and start paying for the service in that business model. So we've gone back on this a little bit and clarified a couple things for this next week, and there's also a puzzle 59 that will be released tomorrow. So, hey Manoj, good to see you there. So I just downloaded the 90101, and I'll open a new PowerShell here, and I should be able to say .NET version, yep, 90101. Fantastic. Hey, Codebase Alpha, hello. So, there's just a couple of fixes here in the 90101. I did see a preview for 90200. Yep. And it doesn't have any, it's just a setup of what the release notes are going to be. Taking a look here at the various branches. I don't see a working branch for 90200. No, I don't want the branches. I wanted the tags. You moved on me. Yeah. Hang on. Artifacts for .NET 9.200 preview SDK release. Yes. Update README. Today we're releasing 9.0.200. This is on December 10. That was 2 days ago. This SDK includes SLNX support into .NET CLI. Okay. So, why didn't I see this when I went to that file? Right? Release notes 9.0. Hang on. I should have gotten that one. Let's go back to this. There's .NET 10 getting ready to go. 9.0 preview. It's not in the preview. Yeah, it was right back there. 9.0.200 preview. There. Okay, that is. So this is a preview of a release. I'm not going to install this one. I'd rather stay on the stable release. I also don't need the support for SLNX yet. So, is there an updated Visual Studio? I don't think so yet. I don't think so yet. Wow, Fritz, you really are having a hard time typing today. What the heck is your problem? I don't think there's a Visual Studio. There's 1713 Preview 2. So, yes, there is. Go ahead, update that one. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. So, I'll let that run. I've got the Preview 2. No, not on the non-preview track. So, the preview track, you get the latest stuff as it's being built, as it evolves from the team, and that's fine. I'll let that run for a little bit here in the background. Like, years ago, you would never tempt fate with letting Visual Studio install while you were doing anything else. I'm broadcasting live on Twitch, and we're going to let that install down here off on the side. I did talk to some folks about using more Blazor on our websites, and I did mention, hey, it'd be really cool if we could make this part a Blazor WebAssembly component, even though it works just fine as JavaScript, but to kind of flaunt a little bit, hey, let's make this a Blazor WebAssembly component. So it's something we'll talk about. No guarantees. If we go to the Blazor page, right? So it'd be nice if more of this page was Blazor. But this is part of the larger website. So it's a little bit trickier to say, hey, let's make this page Blazor. The .NET Live page, this is all Blazor. This page absolutely is Blazor, and when we do have episodes scheduled, I thought this was live.net, but recent broadcast, this is absolutely built with Blazor with some WebAssembly running on here. And yeah, you're not going to be able to see some of that because there's artifacts up top for the Microsoft formatting. There, Blazor. So, this page, we've absolutely built with Blazor, but I think there's certainly more that we can do to grow and publish more content out there with Blazor. I mean, this page runs nice, presents, does its thing, so we're okay with that. I saw a number of folks shared their Twitch recaps on our Discord, sharing, hey, look, I've watched Fritz this many times, I've done this many things. So I thought I would go back over here and do my Twitch recap and share with you a little bit of what Twitch thinks of me as a streamer, the streamer view of my recap over here. So if I click into streamer, I streamed for 393 hours, a total of 122 streams. Now I know compared to some other folks that stream out there in the category, right, this is like 1 out of every 3 days, right? There's other folks in the category here that have streams like 360 total streams, right? Like, I get it. They stream just about every day. I have another job. I can't do that. So, hey, Reese Mithin, hello. 112 distinct days streamed, yeah. 27,000 hours watched. That's a phenomenal number. That is a phenomenal number. I've got a target to beat for 2025. I'm definitely going to save some of these numbers and figure out how can we move this forward and do more with this. I don't need to compare to others. I can improve myself is what I'm looking at. Weird Beard Dev. So, top categories of the year. Top 10% of software and game development. Wow. That's pretty cool. Overwatch 2 and Twitch recap from 2023. Okay. Should I be in Twitch recap category? Isn't that a thing that is that a category that I'm supposed to be in? I don't know. Oh yeah, there is. There's a Twitch recap category. Sure, I'll drop into that category for a little bit. You passed your AZ204. That's fantastic. Congratulations. It's a certification on Azure skills. I forget which one 204 is specifically. Top stream of the year. My top stream reached 262 viewers. Yeah, let's see what we can do to beat that. Top tags of the year: AMA, family friendly, and English. I speak English. That's right. 42,000 chats sent. That's crazy. That's a lot. Top channel emotes of the year: Clippy. Now, Clippy is in my raid call. Right, when I issue the raid call, and I do that at just about the end of every stream. Oh no, he's not in that. Oh no. What is... I thought I had him in an automated message. But 290 times Clippy's been used outside of stream. That's interesting, isn't it? So I would have thought Gritty would have appeared up there. But no matter. And C# Party, right, our dancing emote over there. Always used. He did lots of practice exams. They were nice. The exam was a nightmare. I've always felt that way about certification exams as well. They get kind of confusing and they're nightmarish. But I'm pretty happy that the rainbow bearded Clippy with a purple hat did so well. Here we go to you, chat. Biggest fans of the year: Napalm, Surly Dev, Dr. Cox, Alu the Crow, Unesco, and C# Titan right there. Hello. Congratulations to those 6. I'm not sure what the credentials are to make you the biggest fan, but there you go. Collaborations of the year. I don't really collaborate. We tried this with Carl, and it didn't really work. I've received 43 raids. 43 raids is on 120 some streams on the year. That's one raid every 3 streams, right? That feels low. Hey, Kayla. Hello. Welcome. You don't think Twitch was that good? No, it's not. But TBD Gamer with 13 raids, Captain Coder with 4, Tim Bodette with 3 raids. I've sent 110 raids. Basically, every stream, I've sent a raid. Who did I raid? Code Rushed, Visual Studio, and that bald guy. Clips of the year, 66 clips made of you. So that's about 1 clip every 2 streams, which means that I need to figure out ways to be more entertaining, to create, to encourage folks to make more clips. Oh yeah, mistakes were made that I rated you, my friend, 13 times. What is that? Hey there, bald bearded builder. I hope you're having a good day. 66 clips, 15 unique clippers, top viewed featured clip of the year. Yeah, can we watch that? With 1,081 clips, GitHub Copilot figures out user interface. Okay, this was a good clip. Output a div that is centered on the screen and report that no tags are being tracked. That's a pretty good directive. And right, it only outputs, Copilot only outputs so many characters. So it didn't finish the div there. Div. Yeah, I miss it. Get that typing right there, Fritz. Come on. Let's go. I'm going to take just what it gave me directly. Oops. Yeah, you got to move that up. There you go. Let's see what it gives me. That's pretty good, right? Like, Copilot generated and centered and put a nice block of text there. That's why did my stuff freeze? There we go. That's really good. Like, considering this was when was this? It was last year. Well, thanks. That's really descriptive. You know, I know a clip website that would tell me a little bit better than just last year. But earlier in the life of GitHub Copilot, that's pretty good to get it to generate. Right, because centered tags is always something. Centered text is always something folks struggle with in HTML. So it was great to get that. You got a few really confusing questions. You're planning to go for the 305 Solutions Architect. Okay, cool. High scores of the year: 1,200 new followers, 126 new subscribers, 10 hype trains. So 10 hype trains means 1 out of every 12 streams had a hype train. I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad. Points spent on the channel: 697,000. I need to give you more ways to redeem channel points. And I think we need to look at setting up sound effects that you can play with bits. So that's a goat. Chat badge unlocked. Oh, that's cool. Little 2024 chat badge. Share my recap. So there you go. 1,200 new followers, 28,000 hours watched, 126 new subscribers, top 10% in software and game development, also Overwatch and the Twitch recap. Not bad. So I will, what am I getting? Download that, John. And I'm going to post that in the announcements of Discord. Thank you so much to everybody that, there we go, upload files. Here is my streamer recap for 2024. And we can also share that on, see, you didn't, so I'm pretty happy with that. It's pretty good at how we did there. What's community? 21 million active streamers, 9.5 million new streamers. So that means 13 million streamers carried over, right? 879 million hours streamed, 20 billion hours watched. Holy crow. Categories of the year: Grand Theft Auto, Just Chatting for North America. But that's insane, Grand Theft Auto. In Asia, Valorant. Europe, special events. Sports in Latin America. Yeah. Football league that streams exclusively on Twitch. Yeah. Chill, ADHD, anime, Pokemon. So do I need to put chill? Should I put chill on our stream tags? I feel like that's something that I can absolutely work with there. There you go. No, it's capital C on chill. Right? There we go. Ad starts in 30 seconds. Let's snooze that for a little bit. This stream is pretty chill. Go-to snack of the year, the new chicken Big Mac. Really? It does know this has. But I think we're going to be winding down the current hat bot in a little bit here. I think that might be next week's project.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Brushes with fame of the year, from Tyler to John Cena. Honestly, I don't get Kai Cenat. I don't. Maybe I'm just an old guy. Maybe I'm an East Coast guy. I don't get it. What is going on? Really? Kevin Hart, right? Beyonce? No, she didn't actually stream, but kind of faked it out. Maya? Okay. Phrase of the year? What's up, brother? No. Games of the year? Helldivers 2. Helldivers was huge. I bought Helldivers and never played it. C# Titan, let me come back to your question. Fields of Mystery, never saw it. Grocery Store Simulator. I've seen people play this, and that's another one that I'm like, why? Like, I don't enjoy going to the grocery store. It's one of those things that you kind of have to do. And I'd love to spend more of my time I'd love to spend more of my time like ordering stuff online and let it just get delivered, you know? Do grocery deliveries. That it said Beyonce. It is so you played ESO for the first time the other night. Super fun. Okay. Lethal Company, UFO. I feel like these are kind of skewed also towards games earlier in the year, right? Like Marvel Rivals just came out this week, last week. Like, doesn't have a shot at this year or next year. So I some of these I'd like to see on like a rolling 3-month. Like, hey, what's the most popular thing in these 3 months? There's Grand Theft Auto as Global Game of the Year. Most anticipated game of 2025, Grand Theft Auto 6. Really? Demon Queen of the Year, Iron Mouse. Another streamer that I don't get. It's not my bag of chips. AI versus aliens, who would win? No. All the, yes, from Charlie, all the Brat Green all summer long, dear Lord. And that's totally a thing. The Brat chat badge, yes. So, the DJ's moments on Twitch, that was totally a thing. But there's a whole issue with the DJs and licensed music that has happened. And I feel like this is blowing up on some folks the wrong way. I have some real concerns about there. Standout streamers of the year. Yeah, once again, I don't get Kai. I don't. Rivers. Not familiar with Rivers. Bandit, no. Case had a meteoric rise. 4.9, gaining 4.9 million followers. That is crazy. Okay. Little Big Whale. I know of Little Big Whale. Yep. Post-apocalyptic hellscape of the year, Fallout. The Fallout series was huge. And it pushed some more of Fallout gaming. So 239th attempt of the year. Oh, I've seen Miss Mika. We used to see her clips pop up all the time on Clip Talk, playing games with her dance pad. Amazing that she's able to do that so well. But playing Elden Ring, yeah. Medal-worthy moments of the year, Paris Olympics. Their Kings League, Twitch streamed football league. Yeah, 46.5 million hours watched. Yeah. Games done quick always is up there. Fits of the year, Pirate Software. Yep, when he smashed the Hype Train record. Yep, reaching level 106. That was insane. You have a house on your head, friend. What? Okay. I don't know, Queso. Okay. Best Doritos flavor of all time. Really? What is that? Can you advertise a little bit more in here? Clippable moments of the year. Okay. Brazilian streamer couple took gender reveal parties to new heights with balloons. Okay. That's pretty impressive. With a Mudang balloon animal. That's pretty impressive. Chat of the year. Unplug it and plug it back in. Okay. Folks say this all the time in my stream. Like, okay. Sure, well, we can look at my viewer. Watched for 723 hours. Visited just about every day. Top categories of the year: talk shows and podcasts, makers and crafting, Minecraft. Yeah. EV villain. Hello, welcome. Am I going to search on the Google next? Oh, I search on the Bing. I Google on the Bing. I do the Bing. I'm a Binger. My favorite streamers of the year: Visual Studio, Fairy Wings Imperial, The Slot Squad, and Emong. Yeah. Yeah. My top emotes used Raid, Laughing, Gritty, Guess, and the Note-Taking. 8,800 chats sent. Top emotes of the year that I use, I always use Gritty. I love using Gritty. He's such a fun and just chaos emote. How you doing there, Napalm? Good to see you. Lou, welcome. I think I said hello already. 25 subs that I've gifted. Yeah, I didn't gift as many this year. I'm having 2 kids in college. I'm not I'm not as loose and fast with the money right now. Chat sent as a mod, 2,500. 3 channels moderated. Yup. That's not bad. Not bad at all. So, there you go. That's my viewer. Is Bing made with .NET? Yes. Very much so. Many of the Microsoft websites are built with .NET. Many of the Microsoft backend services, the services that run applications that you connect to, that run in the cloud, that Microsoft manages, are built with .NET. As long as the Bing gives you free stuff, you're a Binger too. I'm not going to argue with that. Not going to argue with that at all. Let's come back over to here. So I kicked off a Visual Studio install. The last little bit is finishing right now. But we're going to cut a release. No, did I drop the tag, the 03 tag for SharpSite? I can't remember if I did or not. I don't remember. I did, and I set up the 04. Okay. I did. So we're going to start talking today because I'm at a point. Yeah, I've got the 04 release train. I'm at a point where we can start talking about building a plugin subsystem for SharpSite. And this is something I actually had 3 different people yesterday ask me about and want to get into the ability to dynamically load and build user interfaces based on content that's delivered from separate projects that may be living in separate solutions, residing in separate repositories. How do we get all of those to come together to deliver a consistent solution? Speaking of the Visual Studio installer, have I played with the preview of the new SSMS? I have not. No. Did I see Google is going to the FTC to try and force OpenAI to play with them instead of being exclusive to Microsoft? That's right. Let me talk about this one. I do not have full business disclosure. I do not have insight into Microsoft's business dealings. I do not have influence on where Microsoft invests money. I do have stock holdings in Microsoft. I am a Microsoft employee. What I'm about to say is not in any way a recommendation or comment or direction for Microsoft. I'm going to change the category first to just chatting before I go too much further. Yeah, we'll start on just chatting, and we'll do a little bit of this. So when I look at this, that Google wants the Federal Trade Commission to force OpenAI, not OpenAPI, OpenAI. What's going on there is 15 years ago, when OpenAI started, Elon Musk went around to the big 5 tech companies and said, hey, I'm building this open community to grow and advance and investigate and research and build artificial intelligence. Why don't you invest a couple $1 billion and we can all share this technology? The only company that invested, it wasn't 15 years ago because it was Satya Nadella, so it was a maximum of 10 years ago. The only company that invested was Microsoft. And Microsoft invested tens of billions of dollars over the last 10 years to fund and grow and pay for all of the resources that were needed to run OpenAI, to run what's now ChatGPT. As an angel investor, right, that invested and sponsored and grew OpenAI, of course they said, hey, yeah, we're going to give you billions of dollars to grow and invest, and we're going to give you Azure resources because we're Microsoft and that's our cloud, and it's the number 2 cloud. At the time, a distant number 2 cloud. So of course, what did you really think Microsoft was going to invest in a company and say, hey, we're going to give you tens of billions of dollars, why don't you go spend it on our competitor's service? Really? Really? So, as an investor in OpenAI, of course Microsoft is saying, we'll continue to give you money to support and grow you, but in exchange, you're going to run on Azure. Like, duh. So for Google to come down and say, well, they should make their service available over here also, pony up. Pony up. Your turn to pay. You've got the billions. Your turn to pay. And I agree with what you're saying here in chat. If Google is leaning in and saying, hey, we want access to OpenAI also, it means that they're not confident in Gemini, in their AI product. You don't see Amazon crowing and complaining that they want, what's their AI's name? Biff, Steve, Claude, Goofy, Mickey, whatever Amazon's is named. You don't see them leaning in and saying, hey, we want it to run on our cloud also. No. It's Google trying to compete through lawsuits. It's Rufus. Rufus is the name of Amazon's AI. Amazon friends, come here for a second. Step into my office. Where the heck did you get the name Rufus? Was it from this guy?
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Did you literally name your AI after a George Carlin character from Bill and Ted? You named your AI after a Bill and Ted character. Okay. Amazon invested in Anthropic, so Claude. Claude's the name of the model. Dogs of Amazon? I don't think so. I don't think so. Naming things is hard, yes. But I think you want to name something in a way that when you say that name, it's a unique identifier, right? That will allow it to trigger and activate voice activated features. Yeah, Rufus, I don't get that. Grok, folks are not happy with Grok, moving away from X left and right, and certainly the people, the sponsors, advertisers moving off of the X platform who are not happy with him, does not lead to things. Why am I suddenly forgetting the name of the Amazon keyword? The keyword for the Amazon dot. Alexa, right? Alexa's nice and unique, kind of cool. Rufus is weird. Like, you already had Alexa. Like, just keep calling it Alexa. Keep that brand around. Cortana was a cool name, cool and easy to reference, and unique enough that you weren't going to accidentally say Cortana, accidentally pick that up. I say the words that sound like Siri, and she wakes up all the time on my phone, like. So, OpenAI is closed because nobody else invested in it. If the public doesn't invest in a company that wants to be open and public about their technology, then it's not really open, is it? And that's not their fault. Like, nobody wanted to collaborate, so they've got one owner. Cortana and Clippy are the best naming from Microsoft. Clippy wasn't. I'm not a fan of the Clippy name, but Cortana definitely. Copilot should have just rolled into Cortana 2.0. I agree, Jeremy. I think that would have been really, really cool to have Cortana with the backing of OpenAI and ChatGPT and Copilot capabilities. Yeah, but the problem that we as a society have and as a culture have is that the large language models, when folks believe that large language models are thinking, they get scared, they get concerned because of things that we've seen in science fiction around, hey, the machine's going to rise up and take over. That's not what's going on there. So to associate Cortana with ChatGPT, with the OpenAI tools, gets a little, it muddies that message a little bit. So I get that, and why you want to keep that separate. Cortana was in Halo, yes. Cortana's a prominent character in Halo. But Cortana 2.0, like, if Windows brought back, Windows already has the Copilot button everywhere, but if the Copilot button was that search box that was Cortana that you talk to, and if I could say to Windows, hey, Copilot, and do that interaction, that the exact same thing we had with Cortana, but you're talking to Copilot, I think they're in great shape. Hey, Takudo. Alexa isn't the device. Alexa is the service that runs on the device, and there's a whole series of different devices that support Alexa services. You're right. That there are different teams and AI there, totally. But the Alexa service as a whole, something else. Different teams, different, same company. Sit them down, make them work together. Somebody at some level has to be looking and saying, hey, we've got this AI thing over here, persona called Alexa, and we've got these other folks over here that want to release an AI called Rufus. Why don't we get these two groups together? Like, that's a reorg waiting to happen there. Am I checking out .NET MEF? No, I am not. Nope. The Office assistants were cool in Office 95, and I feel like we're coming back around to that again. Yeah, the Amazon devices are the various Echo. Well, so there's Echo devices, there's Fire devices that have Alexa running on them as well. But the right, the Dot, the Amazon, I forget their products, but they all ran the Alexa services and connected back to their AWS Alexa services. And there was a whole mechanism there where folks could build plugins and apps that would run on top of Alexa that would shell out and interact with. Some TVs have Alexa also, yeah. TVs that plug in to that ecosystem. Absolutely. So, oh, did Restream drop me? No, we're good. We're good. All right. Oh my gosh. PowerShell Freak with the gift subs.
PowerShell_Freak just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much, and I'll make a donation to the Raspberry Pi Foundation. Stormplay 900, stop giving, yes. Media Junkie, Blue Lava, hello. Zinsky 87, congratulations. You just got gift subscriptions from our friend PowerShell Freak. Thank you so much. Hello. Happy holidays to you. So, I think I can pivot here a little bit. The Copilot physical button. So they replaced a key on the keyboards of the Copilot Plus devices as a Copilot button. It used to be the right-click button, but now it's the Copilot button. I'm not as much a fan of that either. Like, give me a gesture that I can use to get in there. Give me an extra key to do that. Don't replace an existing key. And it could be deprecated in a few years, yeah. So, .NET Bot as a companion bot. .NET Bot is available as a pet that you can install in Visual Studio Code. Hey, look, Mom's here. Look at that. And she's even got the holiday wreath going. Look at that. Mom's in the spirit there. Hey, Mom, good to see you. Hello. So let's I wanted to dig in and really get into this idea of dynamically loading, building a plugin system to work with SharpSight. And there's a couple interesting things that we need to figure out around this. The biggest things being, if we're running inside of a container and we upload a plugin, we need to save that plugin somewhere on a volume mount somewhere, so that if the container goes away, when it restarts, you can mount that volume and all of those plugins can get reloaded. I don't think I want to put the plugins in a database. So I think there's some challenges there that we're going to need to work through about where it stores and how we load and get back to it. Your earlier question. Oh, sure, I'll go back to that question. There it is. C# Titan had a question from a bit ago. When I no longer work at Microsoft, what would I like to be remembered for? Both within and out of Microsoft, what legacy do I aspire to leave behind? What activities would I engage in to maintain my interest and creativity? Wow, that's a deep question, man. That is a deep, deep question. Man, and asking that question and pushing that question while my mom is watching. Like, thanks. Yes, there are 3D printable files for the .NET bot. Take a look in the creative folders of .NET Conf from like 2021 or 2022. They're in the creative folders there, and you can print a .NET bot. What would I like to be remembered for my legacy? What would I like to be known for? Man. There's thousands of hours of my content on YouTube, teaching, talking about technology, growing things, helping folks advance their careers. I'd like to get more content built around that space that reaches and helps. It reaches a broader audience and helps folks get into tech, get interested in tech, and advance their careers. I feel like I'm, partially because of the work that I do, but I feel like I'm way deep in .NET technology with a lot of my content. And if I want to reach a broader audience, I need to branch out a little bit, bring in more folks. I'm not quite sure how to do that. So I think there's some work to be done there, and we can definitely make that happen and grow and do something to make that more influential, more interesting, reach more folks. I think there's content that's generated by other folks on YouTube that are trying to teach some of the same topics that I'm in live coding and talking about and giving demos about, that just that I think my content answers and directs and gives directions and explanations significantly better than. But I think there's work I need to do to grow and find a place where I can reach a bigger audience. But when I look back on this, I know that my grandkids are going to be able to find videos of Granddad on YouTube from way back in 2018, 2019, and see that content and see me teaching and explaining stuff. Hey, Jeff's mom, did she get to see the VOD of the Hot Wings segment from Tuesday? I don't think she did. Mom, are you still there watching? Mom? Hey, Mom? Mom! 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 Mom!
Hey, Mom!
Mom!
We get some meatloaf! We want it now! The meatloaf! What's she doing? I never know what she's doing.
I think she's probably got us turned on the big screen TV there in the family room, and is in the other room making some coffee and sitting down for breakfast with Dad and whatnot. With all the AI and semantic kernel on .NET, building a robot could be fancy. Could be. Could definitely be. Let's pivot. Let's dig in. Let's. I'm going to change category again here, and I'm going to dive in. Let's start talking about building and working with plugins for SharpSite. It's not easy to answer. No, it isn't. So. We're live on both Twitch and YouTube. Thanks to all the folks that are over there on YouTube watching. I know most of the focus here is on Twitch, but we're definitely watching and taking a look there. Can Mom make us a coffee? Asks John on YouTube. I don't. Mom's not really the barista type. And if it comes out of the Keurig, I'm sure Mom can help out with the coffee. Absolutely. You have another bone to pick with me. You're getting addicted to Fluent UI? Cool. I'm glad you're enjoying that. That's something we want to be able to enable with our plugin system as well. So there's things coming there. Let me head over to the GitHub and the issues list, and we could talk a little bit about what's over here. So I had, for my first deployments capability here, these 5 remaining issues. A release process, package caching in the GitHub action, some initial meta tags, output caching, embedded images. I'm going to skip over these a little bit. I didn't even have the plugin system over here, but there's foundation that I want to lay for building this plugin mechanism. And I was talking to Carl Franklin about this yesterday as we were recording the podcast, and he pointed me to one of his episodes of Blazor Train. Make sure you check out Blazor Train on YouTube, where he talks about Razor class libraries and how we can load and work with Razor class libraries. Now, when you're working in PHP or JavaScript, those are interpreted languages. There's no compilation step. You're literally passing clear text into a website, into an application that gets interpreted at runtime, right? At the time that you go to execute it, the machine reads that text and works with it. Compared to .NET or Java or Rust or Go or C++, these compiled languages where you don't send in code, text, you have to compile it, and then you have a binary format. You have a program, an executable, a library that you pass along, maybe a package, right? Rust, they call them crates. We call them NuGet packages here in .NET. And you pass those packages in, they get added and referenced at build time of your application and run, and you can now work with it. Here's what we're... Thank you, Frank. Good to see you. Here's what we're going to do here. We're going to let folks, just like in WordPress and in other tools, even in Visual Studio, you can do this, right? If you launch Visual Studio and you go to run, I'll launch SharpSite here. You go to run your website, right? You go to build your website. You have a package manager that you can download and add in features. Well, what's that package manager user interface look like? Come on now, finish loading. I know it's the first time here. Get up. Come on. Let's go, Visual Studio. Come on. Thank you. There we go. What does... Right, so when I'm in here and I go to add package manager, right? There we go. I knew you wanted to do something like that. Right? This, loading packages and then adding it into your project. What does this look like for an application? And I think this is a tremendous experience that for us to develop and build and add into a framework is going to go a long way. Will the plugin system use ClamAV to scan the file contents? I think the plugin host, where we'll make a catalog for these things to be downloaded, I think that will use it. I think it'll be something optional for folks who want to load third-party components. Both of those, I kind of agree, Kayla. Not going to lie. I kind of agree. Will I be doing another web workshop for Blazing Pizza, updated to .NET 9 and C# 13? Yes, we need to at some point. Yes. Ads are kicking in right now over on Twitch. Hey, the Nintendo 504. Hello. Welcome. But yeah, we'll be updating Blazing Pizza to use .NET Aspire and doing more with that. 2 minutes on the ads over on Twitch, so I'm going to slow down just a little bit so that folks don't miss anything that aren't that are watching the ads. What's new in Visual Studio 17.13, the next version? Go to file name, line, column. Oh, that's nice. I don't know what lines my stuff is on, so maybe that helps with automated tooling to shoot you there. Word wrap indentation. You can now specify lines that wrap in the editor should be indented. Yeah, that's a good thing. It is up to the user at a certain point to make sure the plugins they use are safe. But if I'm going to host a store of plugins, I think that's something that we should set up and encourage little antivirus scanning on. Colored IEnumerable visualizer, really? I don't get it. What's colored? Craft complex link queries? Really? Okay. GitHub account onboarding. Okay. Multiple GitHub accounts. I don't. Why? Okay. Copilot edits. This is something that Copilot folks are kind of proud of. Get a warm up for the coffee. Absolutely. There you go. Ad break ends in just a few seconds here. Ask Copilot from feature search. All right. Catch issues at commit time. Because you're asking Copilot to review. Okay. Extract HTML to Razor component. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Color-coded swim lanes for CPU profiling. That's cool. The profiler in Visual Studio is definitely an underappreciated feature that I know I could use it more. And we still have a whole bunch of translation we need to do for the security pages in here and get that wired in. So we're back from ads over there on Twitch. Let's start talking about, let's create a branch here to give us some space to work on the plugin capabilities. So, really? I thought I had sharp... Oh, yeah, I'm not on the right. Now I can do it. Cool. So, let's do a git checkout. And, yeah, I'll call this feature plugin arch for plugin architecture. And let's create some space on my GitHub so we can talk about it. There we go. So what Carl did, and where he was showing something interesting, is that you can't dynamically load from disk an assembly, a package. So what he did was he wrote this sample with server interactivity that allows you to replace Blazor components at runtime. Now, when we think about SharpSite and how this website works, we want to be able to swap in things like themes. We want to be able to add in features like form creation, right? That's one of the most popular WordPress plugins out there. We want to be able to add in capabilities like SEO enhancements, right? Or social media plugin buttons. These are things that folks have inside their applications, or code syntax highlighting. How do I add those in and enhance the various features that run inside of SharpSite? The base pieces that we need for it, Carl has some of the initial capabilities built here. Now, when I think about how we add in plugins to a website, There's 2 steps to it. First one is get the plugin to the website. How do we get the plugin to the website? You're either going to upload it from somewhere locally, or you're going to go to a storefront and say, add this feature. And the website itself is going to download it from that store and put it somewhere. In both cases, if you upload it or it's downloaded from a store, from a market, it needs to go somewhere on disk. After it goes somewhere, we need to crack open that package. Maybe there's a manifest in there that says, hey, here's what I've got inside of this. I need to find that entrance point, find all of the binaries, find all of the content for it. Move that to somewhere on disk so that it gets persisted. So when the website restarts, it finds it and adds that into the application so that it continues running and has these new features. But right now, after it's uploaded, I need to activate it. I need to load that content into memory and make those features available. Discover what's in there and start to present, here's what this thing can do. And make that available. Start to make that available. So there's a bunch of pieces there. I think we should start off with a little bit of documentation that says, here's the capabilities that we're looking for. Here's what we think a SharpSite package is. And start building a little bit of that upload capability. And open what a package is. Save it somewhere and iterate at that point. Figure out what works, what doesn't work at that point. What do we need to fix? What do we need to enhance? And iterate more at that point. What do you think, chat room? I've been talking a bit on this. So let me share this link to Carl's work that he's been working on. This sample, which configures a DLL watcher that points to a folder on disk, and it dynamically loads a component. So he wrote a version component that uses the dynamic component capability here inside of Blazor. Now, dynamic component will allow you to point to a type and load that and run that type. So this is a string that we can pass in here, right? Or I'm sorry, it's not a string. It's a .NET type that we can specify, and it will load and render that component for us. This is really good for user interface components, but we might have things that aren't just a user interface component that we'll want to load, acknowledge, and activate inside of the framework. Will I be storing anything in Redis for the plugins? Don't know. The plugins may want to allocate their own storage in cache for that, which more than that to abstract that question a little bit and take it to its natural place, to its natural scope. When we define a plugin, what services, what features does SharpSite expose for that plugin to be able to consume? Furthermore, if that plugin has dependencies on other plugins, how does it resolve that and load and configure those other plugins and make those available? Edmund, I'm with you on that. Let's wing it and iterate, figure out what we need. I think iterating and the you aren't going to need it mentality is going to get us somewhere here. President Not Sure with the resub. Good morning to you. 26 months with us. Let me get my gunners on here. I've got the Marin glasses today. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. All right. Did I miss anything? No. All right. So let's take some notes. Let's write a little bit of this down so that to a little bit of Edmund's point, let's get our ideas on paper. I don't want to put them into an issue, but I feel like there's a piece of documentation that we're going to start here that defines what is a SharpSite plugin. And then, right? Can we do the and then?
And then?
Let's start writing that first little bit of code that defines what a plugin is and how it loads.
And then?
Try to get this thing working. And chat, I want you to keep me honest as we're building this.
And then?
I think we want to build something as simple as just a theme. When you developed WordPress sites for your customers, we disabled plugin access to the customers and did it ourselves. So do you need a store, or is NuGet packages good enough? I think we want something slightly different, and because I think a plugin for SharpSite will have dependencies on NuGet packages. Good example that was hinted at there. If I'm adding an output caching package, an output caching plugin, right? It's going to have dependencies on Redis. So I'm going to bring in a Redis NuGet package. But a SharpSite plugin, see, these are things, this is where it's good to talk this out, and it's great to have all of you here to provide some feedback, because you've got different experiences working with different systems. So it's not just Jeff going, I think that makes sense, based on what I do. It makes you smile every time you hear.
And then?
No, and then.
Wait, Master. It might be dangerous.
Might. Let's start a little piece of documentation to talk through what this is, where we want to go with this. So I'm going to create a doc folder here. And we'll create some space here so that we can do more with this. I'm also going to need to create I like working with documentation in VS Code because it's I feel like the Markdown editor in Visual Studio Code is just so much cleaner, easier to use, which also means for right now. Okay, so .NET Build is only working on the SharpSite branches. Okay, and we've disabled this for right now. All right, good. So let's put a README in here to start, so that we can develop a little bit of space for GitHub to present, and maybe some of this turns into handbook, further documentation for SharpSite, a documentation website that folks can download and navigate to. Am I having fun? Yeah, I'm having fun. How you doing there? This guy Tiz on YouTube. Some other really good questions there. Let me from Robert and from C# Titan. Let me pin that. Let's get this little bit written here. Right, so SharpSite docs. This is a repository for documentation, both for SharpSite administrators, but also for folks that are building plugins and features for the SharpSite framework. Sure. Right, just to get that initial README. And then let's start another new file here for plugin architecture. Framework design docs. These are documents discussing and planning features for SharpSite. And we'll start off with a link to plugin architecture. Make that right. Plugin architecture MD. There we go. Right, and that looks just nice, right like that. All right. Plugin architecture. SharpSite should support a rich ecosystem of plugins that allow administrators to change. Hey there, Fiona Love, welcome. To change the look, feel, and capabilities of a SharpSite application. Yeah. And we'll get into some of the discussion. So the user can add the plugin in a WYSIWYG editor. I think so, Robert. I think so. That feels like where I want this to be to start. How will this plugin in theme systems work on mobile platforms? Well, I think that's where a storefront, right? And I'm using the term storefront generically. Some sort of a repository where you can browse and say, here's a list of features you can download and add in, a list of plugins, be able to choose it, and it automatically gets added into the website. Hey, McNets. I SharpSite, you SharpSite, he SharpSites, right? Yeah, totally. Oh my gosh, and with the resub.
McNets just resubscribed for 16 months. I SharpSite, you SharpSite, he SharpSites.
That took a little bit to get there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. All right. How do we start? I'm at the blank sheet of paper problem now. How do I start? I
drink and I know things.
I do. Ooh. Okay. Plugins are packages of files. A plugin should contain a collection of files compressed in, let's say, zip format and renamed with a, what would be a SharpSite plugin. Sharpsite package. SSPKG. The collection should include, at a minimum, the following. Let's do something like this. I like the idea of having a manifest. And my plugin DLL. For a package called let's do this. Come on now. My plugin SSPKG. So then we can take this back to define plugins. Plugins are features that are not distributed with Thank you. Plugins are features that are not distributed with Sharpsite, but can be added after the Sharpsite application is already started and deployed. Period. And let's clean this up. README that'll be read in the plugin storefront. That's a good one, Robert. Yeah. That's a good one. Do I want a plugin version for us to manage parsing these things if you change the package requirements? Okay, D-Rocks. Does plugin version, does that go in the file name? Thinking that through, right? Let's iterate just a little bit and try and flesh out where the version goes here, right? Because when you look at versions of, if we look at versions of npm packages, right? I know I'm going to npm first. That's not it. That's not it. No. npm js.org. Oh, sorry. And let's search for Angular, right? Sure, Angular CLI. When you download the package, and I'm just going to whatever version here, right? There's the repository. There's the home page. Right, if I download this, it doesn't have a version number attached to it there. But if we go to, where's releases? Release. And if we look, there's the source code. The source code's just the version number. Right, the version number isn't provided as part of the artifact. The tool provides the @ and then the version number. I could see the version number inside that manifest. Yeah, Blackstones. But is the version number, do we put the version number also on the file? So let's go to NuGet. And let's look for Newtonsoft JSON. And I thought that download package, mousing over that. Yeah, go ahead, download that. So the version number in NuGet is there before the nupkeg extension. The .NET SDK has the version number before the platform information. So, do we include the version number? The version number should appear in the file name before the SSPKG extension. So this would be my plugin 1.0.0. Zip should be only used as a packaging method. Yes. The reason not to infer it entirely from the manifest is then you can have these two files sitting next to each other on disk. Then you can roll back. Right? Hey, I downloaded this version. The old version is sitting there. Let me try the new version. It doesn't work the way I want it to. Let me roll back. And the old file is still sitting there. Nup kilograms? No, nup keg. Nup keg. But I think it absolutely should be in the manifest. And a point of validation should be that the version that's in the manifest matches the version number of the file. File name format, name dot version dot SSPKG. I think that is a little bit clearer. Okay. Manifest features and schema. The manifest should include information including no. Like the following, colon, name of the package, comma, version of the package. You didn't name, display name of the package. Version number of the package. Let's leave it at that for right now. Ads are kicked in here. Let's see. I was asking if the plugin should say what version of your plugin system it supports. Supported versions of SharpSite. List of SharpSite packages this depends on. List of NuGet packages this depends on. Because I might need to fetch NuGet packages to include. Let's call this range of supported versions. But how is my plugin dash instead of dot? Thinking it through. Right? Let's experiment. How does that look? Using the dash to separate name version. We could certainly do something a little bit more NPM-ish. But I think is at part of a legal file name in Linux and Windows file systems. Good one. Author email. Let's author name, contact name, contact email address. Because I think author name and contact name might be separate. But let's... Right. Author name might be Foo Company, right? But and author name might be... Right. Author name might be Foo Company. Contact name might be John Smith. Is the support person, or support at Foo Company with support at whatever. Yeah. Dunkerrath says at is legal in Windows. Can somebody check with me? Is at a part of a legal file name on Mac and Linux? Can we get a little bit of help with that? Hey, Thindoll. Hello. The .NET version supported, I think, gets wrapped up in this. Because SharpSite will support a .NET version. What do we got? Length restrictions. Letter case, yeah, case sensitivity, reserved characters and words. So the slashes are out. Question mark is out. Percent, asterisk, colon. No, we can do @ sign. Where is it? I just did a find on it. There's 3 matches. On FAT 12, FAT 16, FAT 32, it's reserved. We're not using those. ZOS, no, we're not using that either. No, we're clear. So we could put an @ sign in there. So, chat room, what if we make that the version syntax? Hey, Aztec, hello. Separated from the package name with an character. And we're spitballing at this point. We're collaboratively discussing what this could be. Contact email address. There was a website. Was that author website? Yeah. Source repository. Source repository. And that's another optional one. I think author website is probably optional as well. Yeah. Let me start with that. Can you throw out a fun thing real quick? It better not be a severed head or I'm going to be really upset. What? Yes, of course you can. Totally. Squirrel! You just landed one. Hey, congratulations. That's great news. We got to celebrate that. Absolutely. Congratulations to our buddy Thindle. Technically, that's a severed cat's head. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. All right. What happened over here? Okay. Continuing. A short description. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... short description of the plugin for display on implemented sites. Right. I'm thinking I'm going to do the paint thing. Package repository URL, got that. Package release URL. Let me come back to that one. So, a unique ID. Well, I think this is the unique ID right there. License. Ooh, that's... Oh, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that one. Because at some point there's going to need to be validation of these things. An assignment of them. An MD5 checksum. What is it the checksum of? Categories, I like that one. Let's not call it categories, let's call it tags. I know I've got a history of using the word tag on things here on this channel, haven't I? But right, a collection of things that you want to tag and say, oh yeah, this does this thing. Exactly, digital dummy. So last night I was at Philly.net. And we might have a very, very interesting opportunity for a workshop for a series of workshops, for a series of online streams that will be both in person and using some amazing technology that I think you're going to have a phenomenal time experiencing if we pull this off. So stay tuned. There's going to be some discussions and a test stream or two in January or February that are going to be just a little bit crazy. How about an app that tracks tags? Now shut that down. You back off. Publish date. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's start putting together so that we can start to visualize this. We've got some great ideas here. Let's pull together some of these and list what a sample manifest looks like for, let's call it the Fritz theme, right? No, let's call it the Foo theme. Sample manifest for the Foo theme plugin. All right, so this would be in JSON format, right? So, hey, Eagle Hansen, hello. What about leveraging NuGet packages? I don't want to do that because I don't want NuGet packages to get confused with what's being packaged and delivered here. They have their own ecosystem. I think we can learn from NuGet packages, but I don't want to confuse them with folks then uploading NuGet packages to build and activate features inside of this. It's a suggestion that came up, but this isn't a Microsoft official thing. So I don't want to attach and contaminate the NuGet ecosystem with features for this. Conversely, I don't want folks on SharpSite to be browsing NuGet to get features loaded in. So I think there's a separation there that we want to draw, at least in our initial designs here. I really, really don't like the Cybersecurity Act from the EU. The GDPR has been in effect now for 10 plus years and has done zero to protect or act on any company anywhere in the world, yet everybody is bound by the rules of the European GDPR. If you make a law and you never enforce it, what's the point of the law? Other than to harass people, to harass perfectly legitimate businesses. Now, there's some bad businesses out there, to be sure, but you didn't enforce it on anybody. Not even the company that you explicitly targeted with it, Facebook. If you make a law and you don't enforce it, what's the point? Chocolatey does use NuGet, but they have their own repository. They use the NuGet package architecture. To enforce when convenient. It's been more than 10 years and they haven't enforced anything. I agree, Kayla. It's now just red tape to specifically target people. I think you're right. I think you're right. So, sure. An enforcement tracker. Fantastic. Holy crow. Okay. €80,000. And there are 2,400 entries in here. Going back to 2018. There's nobody from the States. Plenty of folks from the United Kingdom. Nobody from the United States. Insufficient technical measures to ensure information security. Information security. Insufficient legal basis for data processing. Non-compliance with general data processing principles. Oh, it's in German. I don't want to go through the translation. Let's look back at the United Kingdom so I can read things in English. Because that's a little bit easier for me, don't you think? But even then, in the UK, 15 entries in more than 10 years of this thing being around. €5 billion. It sure looks like it's coming down since 2022. But for those of us that are outside of the EU, I don't see them finding anybody. Right? Right, if we look up, like, no, there's nothing in Korea. There's nothing in Japan. Playful kids. Insufficient legal basis for data processing. What does that mean? Or insufficient technical... Yeah, go away. ICO, I mean, that's insane. Hang on. Like, that is crazy, the amount... Go away. Shut up. The ICO finds the Ministry of Defense for Afghan. They find the Ministry of Defense for Afghanistan. No. Clearview, non-compliance with general data processing principles. Really? The reason okay, there's nothing here on their link for that one. I mean, 9 million. My point is, as an American, it's clear that not only does this not apply to me, but it doesn't have any teeth. So, yeah, the cookie rule has done nothing. Hang on, my daughter's having a problem I need to check into here. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. There I am. No, the cookie laws do nothing. None of these folks are going after issues with you didn't prompt me for cookies, right? I mean, right, if we go back to this, right, and I'm going to search for cookie, right? Why is it returning these? It's not in English. Give me one that's in English. Pardon me. That's frustrating. Where was I? I'm looking for... I don't see anything for the UK with reference to cookies. But I agree. If you're not sharing data with somebody else, then you don't need... There is no GDPR implication here. So, if I'm tracking the number of times that you use my website, and I'm not sharing that data with anybody else, I don't need to tell you that. That's, you're using my website, and I'm logging that information. That's okay. Because I'm not sharing that information. If you log into my website, you're using my website and giving me identification information. If I don't share that information, there is no privacy concern. The right to forget is different than saying you must accept cookies to use my website. That's different. The right to forget is different. Completely separate. So this site uses cookies banner that everybody on the internet has been contaminated with. is not a thing. Is not a thing if you don't use that cookie somewhere else. You are not required to declare that you're using cookies if you don't share data. Google Analytics is sharing data. But if I, like I do on Aspirify.net, I have a pixel that I put on the screen on Aspirify.net that tracks the number of hits on a post. That's all it does. It puts a GUID into a cookie, and that's it. That information isn't sent anywhere else, and it tracks the number of views on a post. Even if you decline the cookies, because it uses Google Analytics, if you decline the cookies on Aspirify.net, it still uses the pixel to track the number of times that it's been hit. GA is Google's responsibility, but you've included it. And none of us are lawyers. Totally agree. Back over here. All right, so what does this look like for a sample manifest? So if we do something like this, do we have display name, foo theme, short description. All right, so description. This is a theme that looks like foo and uses the foo.css framework. That argument has been made, Mooland, that if you do use a content delivery network, you've now shared folks' information to other places. You could also make the argument that because your application is running inside of a data center somewhere, that you've now shared information about the folks who visit your website with the data center operator, because they operate the router that relays information, including all of the header information from the TCP packets that were exchanged between servers to get to you. You could make that argument as well. This is why this is a rat's nest that the government doesn't understand that you can't enforce. Saying that people sent data, right? If I were to take the logs from my website and send it to somebody else for money, that's a clear. And even then, we're talking about website logs, analytics about how folks use my website, specifically what Jeff Fritz clicked on at what time, right? And identifying Jeff Fritz. That's, in my mind, a violation of privacy. Showing that IP address 1.2.3.4 clicked on this thing at this time, you can't relay an IP address back to a person. I know there are lawsuits that folks have said, yes, you can. You can't. You can't. Because there are routers and things and anonymizers that sit in front of IP addresses. You can't. It is not a reliable identification of an individual person. Icon, I can see an icon. Changelog is something that changelog URL. README is already provided as a separate file. You're implicitly sharing with the data center operator because they control the data that's getting to your service. But Eagle, the argument is that because folks record an IP address, that they're tracking you. That's one argument that I've gotten. Putting your website behind Cloudflare does not force you to add the cookie banner. There are some folks who say it should, because you're sharing documentation with Cloudflare. You're sharing information about who uses your website with Cloudflare because it gets routed through their servers and they see the IP addresses and actions that folks take with your website. So you're sharing information with Cloudflare. That is one argument I've heard people make on this channel. Data residency is a mess. Canada has requirements that data needs to be stored in Canada for Canadian citizens. Yes. Is when IDX clicked on something. IDX is from the Philly area, which is about Y years old, has a family of 4, of which 2 are daughters. All of that information that you just gathered is not something that I have on my website. If I have GitHub pages, would I be sharing data with GitHub? I mean, I know GitHub doesn't use it for marketing. GitHub pages doesn't capture information about who clicks through to those. But cookies need to be turned on when folks log into a website. That's how that works. We need to write something back into your browser to provide that handshake capability so that you can log into a website. That's how this works. Cloudflare does not do what Google Analytics do. Cloudflare identifies who you are so that and where you're from so that it can route you to a nearest location to deliver the website. Consequently, then, they have all kinds of logs about what IP address you're coming from, what website you're going to, and connects them appropriately for every request, and caches that website locally on the edge for that website. They absolutely, whether they offer analytics or not, you are sharing information with them about how folks are using your website. The active logging in can include acceptance of the cookie. Are they gluten-free, keto-friendly, and using locally grown farm ingredients? Yeah, most of us are not lawyers. And quite frankly, I would love to get to get a lawyer who specializes in privacy law to help us draw lines on these. This has taken us way off topic of the project that we're working on. And for the purposes of what we're building here, I am not including a privacy policy at this point. I am not including privacy declarations. I am not including cookie consent banners at this point. I'm not going down any of those paths yet. We don't need to be concerned about them. They're not a concern until we get to a point where we have somebody who is an expert give us direction on these things. It's perfectly reasonable to be paranoid and want to turn on all of those things if you have a little website that literally has the word yes in the middle of the screen, and you want to make sure that you are completely compliant with whatever privacy folks out there. We are at version 0.4 of a framework, and we can add these things as this grows up, and we get confirmation of exactly what is required to stay compliant. These, from what we've seen, cybersecurity laws that are being enacted as of this week in the European Union, from my interactions with people on this channel and from what I've read online, are scaring the snot out of the software industry and are going to create a chilling effect in Europe where they're arguing and trying to attract more software startups. It's creating a chilling effect among, just as GDPR created a chilling effect among technical professionals. As an American who is not directly affected by them, I think they're making a significant mistake. I did start it with a rant about it, and I'm trying to end it and move on with the project. Continuing here, so thinking about what we want to put inside of a manifest for this. So a version number for the package that is, yep, so if we do version, and let's write, this is, let's say 1.0.0, dash preview 1. And what do we have next here? Icon. HTTPS footheme.com/icon png, something like that. What else? Published date, published, and we could say 2024 12/12. Supported versions. Supported versions like that, maybe. And we could do this as can we do this as something like that? I got to think about that. That syntax doesn't feel right. Dependencies, NuGet dependencies. Let me skip through those for right now. Author, Foo Industries, something like this. Contact, John Foo. Contact email address, sure. Contact email. John at footheme.com. That might be an actual thing. I don't know. Author website. Right. Theme.com. What else do we get here? Source. Something like this. GitHub. Foo theme. Yeah. What else? License. I'll include this here for now. But I have a feeling license is something we could include. Could force the icon to be included in the package. I think that's an option. What is the change log? Is the change log... I'm going to take that out of there and put it up here. Yeah. Let's move changelog out as a separate file. And tags. And this is an array and theme foo. Eventually, I feel like that's something possible, Eagle. License could be a separate file. Okay. I'm game with that. I like the idea of then known license. How's that? That way, if you have a custom specific license, you can include a license file, or if it's a known license, GPL, MIT, Apache. Emulating GitHub for a second. It's just license. Is the known file name that GitHub uses. So known license, or you've included it. Yeah. So either known licenses here, or there's a file, or there's no license at all. So maybe there's a maybe a license is required, either a file or a package is required to either have a license file embedded or provide an entry in the manifest that references a known license. such as GPL. Well, I guess it would be LGPL, right? MIT, Apache. We'll figure out what the others are. Is there a particular license I like more than others? MIT. I like the MIT. What's fixed? Yes, it is fixed to a deployed version. Yes. If somebody changed licenses between versions, you know what? This was MIT license, but now we're going to make it a closed source license. They can do that in the next version. Yes. Are we defining a JSON schema for the manifest? I think that's a valid step to take here as well. Yes. Right. We're just kind of sketching out what this looks like to use this. Yeah, do what you want. Don't sue me if it blows up. Yep. That includes being able to sell it on MIT. So, it includes the ability to patent things that you build with it. Can I add bar to the tags? Sure. I can add bar to the tags. One. For you, I can do that. Okay. And then this is something that we can parse and use both in some sort of a storefront and in SharpSite itself when the package gets loaded and used on the website. I think there's also a piece we need here. I think this name needs to match this. The name of the entry DLL must match the name of the package SharpSite will attempt to load this DLL. Yeah, don't do that. Can we order stuff at the bar? Oh, I wish. Okay. Okay. Let's define a first theme. Something simple to define an initial set of to let us start to build something that parses and shows this on the website, right? Just an initial base thing, and to make it as simple as possible, let's just make it a CSS file that gets included that makes headers blue and italic. Okay, literally the simplest thing that we could define so that we can build the plumbing that reads this content, presents it on the website, and activates that theme. Okay? What does that look like to add a theme? How do we allow folks to inject CSS into the application and remove the CSS that isn't available? This is interesting. Okay, this is, right? So to a little bit of the comments earlier, now let's take a step back and let's start slinging content at this, right? Let's start slinging some code to figure out how this fits together here. I'm going to add that, and it should have those couple pages. Yep. So let's commit and get this initial thoughts on plugin requirements. And let's push that. So if you'd like to comment, dig in a little bit further on this. No, that wasn't right. Over here. And let's take this. Every now and again, my fingers don't type quite right. There's the plugin architecture. And let me share that link for you right there. All right. So I think this is a decent start. I think. I don't know. So let's start cutting some code of what this could look like. Let me come back 1 second. Something that this is reminding me of. I was looking at the eShop sample last night. I think there's a couple things here that we should do for SharpSight as we think about adding some of these capabilities. Like, what do tests look like for how we're going to, as we're building out, here's what the first theme is. How do we test that? Here's some tests that we can define as separate packages that we include in this. Here's some end-to-end tests that are developed with Playwright, and here's the configuration that will run that Playwright test. So I want to learn a little bit from how eShop does some of these things and add that into our deployment process for SharpSight. Emulate some of the build and test structure from eShop. Right? Let's make SharpSight more testable and clearer on how to work with the various components and documentation in the source code repository, period. We should emulate the eShop structure, comma, unit tests, comma, end-to-end tests. And end-to-end test. No. And there's the location of that. Let's capitalize this properly. And this should be like that. I did Control S again. And I'm going to put this milestone on the same for yeah. Yeah. How are plugins going to be embedded in a solution? I would consider looking into hosting them in a secure way, using WASI containers to run them in isolation. Then a plugin can specify what functionality it should have access to and be prevented from accessing other things. So I like the idea of being able to declare Required sharp sight feature access. I like that. Right, and this is a collection, right? So maybe there's a feature called theme. We'll have to define what some of those are. But WASI containers running on a server, I don't know if we have that technology available to us running on the server just yet with ASP.NET Core. But this type of demand for a feature, I'm not sure how to implement that yet, but we'll figure that out. We're early here, we're tinkering, we're trying to figure this out. Okay, so if I want to build a sample theme, right, so let's create a folder over here. Samples? I don't know. And let's add a new project, and this will be a Razor class library. One of these. And let's call this sample first theme plugin. .NET 9. No, it's not going in that. Here's a sample of running a WASI image in a .NET app. You're like 25 steps past where we are. I just want to get something loaded and running and identifying, and we can figure out and talk about some of those concepts. Like you're building a V12 for the latest Ferrari here, and I'm trying to put the fourth wheel on my Yugo. Like, I get it. Absolutely, that type of security and isolation is a fantastic idea. I'm nowhere near there yet. I don't want to get into analysis paralysis here. Let's build something that works and figure out what are the things that work, what are the things that don't work, and slowly add those features and securing and locking down capabilities and restricting interactions as we get to there. Like, we'll get there. We will. So if this is just a sample that adds some CSS, right? So I'm not going to have leave imports. Maybe I do have a component, but I don't want to have JavaScript interrupt. Let's get rid of that. So maybe I do have a single component that is like link rel equals, right? Really? Style sheet type equals, right? Text CSS and href. Now, right, this is where we've got to do the underscore content and sample first theme plugin, first theme plugin, theme.css, right? Just thinking out loud of how this can light up and work here. Do me a favor, create an issue in the repository that references that shares a link to that, and we can come back to that when we're ready to investigate in doing that. We're building a plugin system for a content management, a blog application that we've started developing here on stream. I've didn't put down a project. Building a plugin system for SharpSight. And I'll provide the link to SharpSight, which is, I thought I had the redirect on that. There we go, and I will pin that message. There you go. And close enough. So if I have that, right? And if maybe we call this no, I'm not including you. Let's not get involved with that. Let's open this. Yeah. Right, get rid of that. Add, and we'll call this theme CSS. Right, and if we say H1, right, color blue, is it text decoration? What is the italic? It's like font something, font. Shoot. What's the italics? Font style? Ah, there it is. Right. So at this point, plugin could deliver Razor's CSS Razor JavaScript. Exactly. A Razor component library. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. So now, for the purposes of just getting this included and working, and we'll remove the direct reference later, on the website, right? I'm going to inject this and just get it working on the website as a direct reference. And I think we slowly peel this out as we build the layers of logic that allow us to upload the plugin and make it appear here, right? So I'm just going to drag first theme plugin down onto the web so that it becomes a dependency right there. Sample first theme plugin, okay? So what I should be able to do now is go into components app, right? Look, see how we have these things in here already? I'm going to put right here. See, I'm going to need to add this in head outlet somewhere, in head content somewhere. And that's probably in main layout, right? So that it's included everywhere. Head content. And I'm going to do what did I call it? I don't have the thing here in front of me. Hang on. Tab layout on the right. Right. Sample first theme plugin dot first theme plugin. And yeah, it doesn't know what this is yet. And even then, it's not going to like the dots. So I have to go down into program, and I also have to tell it in the add additional assemblies here, right? Typo. Yep, sample, first theme plugin, theme. I'm going to need to figure that out. Hey, Badger, shouldn't a plugin be something that doesn't require a project reference? Exactly. Yes, and I'm working backwards. Let's get it created and stuffed in here so that we see here's how we can activate a theme. And then let's pull it back so that we late bind to all of those features. You're exactly right, Badger. Cool. Thank you, Eagle. Appreciate it. Yeah. Plugin security in Sandbox is absolutely a concern, is absolutely something we should address. Let's get pieces built here and then building. Have a good one. Take care, Eagle. Thank you so much for joining us today. So if that's in place, now when I go over to main layout, it still doesn't know what this is. Why don't you know what that is? I think it does know what it is, though. Yeah, that's fine. So if I try to run that, is it going to find it? Is it going to build it and get me... NuGet package restore failed. Womp womp. Yeah, alright, fine. Blah, blah, blah. So, there's an issue for our friends at Visual Studio. This shouldn't include a package reference with a version. Because I have central package management enabled. Hey, Dr. Cox. Hello. Here we go. Let's see what... So, right, we'll get initial theme working, and like I said, we'll start peeling the layers back on adding and referencing these. So... would I think something like dropping a package into a plugin folder and have it load? Yep, that's the goal. That's the goal. So let me bring this over here. There's Sharp Sights. And come on, finish loading. So there's first post. Is that an H1? Why am I not seeing this? I'm not seeing this because I'm getting lost in the sauce. It's an H2. Okay. So if I actually click into that... Ah, look at that! It picked it up! There. Style sheet. It's right there. Okay. Now, we're still early on here. Should no versioning be explicitly said in the docs? What do you mean? Give me... I'm sorry, DJM1. Give me a little bit more context there. So, our very simple initial theme works. NuGet packages. Yeah, no, it is there. It is in the manifest that we're describing. The NuGet package reference should include a version number, I would think. Okay. How do we make this dynamic so we can specify it later? We could do this as a dynamic component, right? Like, if I did this as dynamic component, I need to give it a type. Type? So if we said down here code, right? Type, theme. Let's call this theme component type, right? And I could say type of, right? Oh man, the reflection is strong with this one, right? Sample, first theme, plugin, theme. Then I could make this and then down here, I don't need that. And I'm abstracting away features here, right? Just so I can see this. Dynamic component. So if we go back over here and if we stop and restart it, no, that's I've got to actually restart. Can I hot reload that, John? I don't know if it actually did that. Right? Did it hot reload? I don't see it in the list. I'm going to restart to force that. Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, DGen1. You're right. Yep. So will there be a theme folder where the theme DLLs... Hang on. Can be dropped in the admin panel of theme selection. Yes, and yes. I think those are all perfectly valid. So here I am. F12. Looking ahead. Funny, it didn't include foo. Right? But the code that I have it running, like, did it just not know what foo was and not include it? Hey there, Gom, LOL, hello. Like, how do I know it actually did that? Yeah, I'm wondering if it is cached. Have a good one, Thindall. Maybe? What if we go back here and here? And just to break it? Yeah. It did pick up and it is using it. Okay. So it wasn't cached. And it rolled back and it works. Okay. So next, we know how to specify and inject our theme component. How does it know the type of the theme component to inject there? We hard-coded it down here. Do we make it a requirement that in order to build a theme, you must create a theme.razor, and that is what will be included in the head? And the theme.razor just includes the style sheets and links and references you'd like to add. Make it an interface. Okay. Okay. So if instead of a component, I don't think we want to force folks to include abstractions. But what if there was a class in here? Right? No. Maybe something like this. And do something like that. And then we can do... But that needs to be a URI. Oh. So then I don't have a component that somebody's implementing and just going to town, putting whatever. You can either reference it locally, it's not in /CSS, it's right on the root. I could remove this as well. Let's build this a little bit. Maybe instead of let's right, where was I? Main layout. Here. Work with me here. Sure. No, don't put that here. Don't put that here. Fine. We'll... no. Not quite. Var item in theme component type style sheets. Yes. Yes. So now I can go back over here. Now, why don't you like that? You go away. That should still work. So then we can extract an interface that says, here's the style sheets for your theme, and it implements the iTheme style sheets interface. And you could specify, here's my collection of style sheets. Uh-oh. You're right. Can I do it like that? URI kind relative. That works. Do I need to specify the URI kind relative? Can I get rid of that? No. For now, I'm okay with that, I guess. So if we just make this a string, yeah, we changed the signature there. I can do a check here, but it's then at runtime to do that enforcement. Let it run again. Let's see what we get. And we'll start to peel back and create an interface here for folks to be able to specify a theme. Okay, so it's still applied. So now let's peel this back and create an interface that defines how you can make a theme. Is the URI kind bad at this location? I think so. I think so because I don't want... I want to make defining a theme, basically the style sheets to include, I want to make that something that even low-tech folks who don't know C# can build and add easily. So let's... I'm going to add another project here. I'm going to add a class library. Right? Class library, this one. And let's call this SharpSite Abstractions Theme. Yeah, .NET 9 is fine. Could probably be Could probably be .NET Standard. I has style sheets. And if we just implement that, right, with a get on it. Let's give this a little bit of definition. Represents part of a theme that defines the style sheets to be included. Yeah. A collection of URLs that point to the style sheets to be included. Thank you. And we can rename this file. And I tell you, the family's calling me up. Oh no, where did I go? Ah, there I am. All right. More messages. All right. Is it URL or URI? I don't know. You know, they turn into URIs, but it's a URL. Yeah. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to mark this as, yeah, I have style sheets. Now, why don't you like that? No, don't generate. It's add reference. That's what we're missing. Yes. And there we go. So now So what I can go over here, and I can change this to I has style sheets. Okay. And that little bit of abstraction is working there. Ads are running right now. Theme creator could target a CDN, which could be a good or bad thing. Guess it depends on one angle. Right. So if you are contacting a CDN, there are hashes that you can put on the style sheet to improve, and that still works. And make that work. So let's this is getting interesting. This is starting to get very interesting. So the theme we know needs to be included here. In order for it to load and put content from those additional assemblies in there to be loaded, right? Including that theme CSS, right? If I take this out of here, will it still find that CSS? Maybe. Okay, I don't know who you are. You're getting declined. Invalid expression term where? Fine. Try that again. Right, and this is how I think through these types of problems to solve. This is the completed feature for implementing a theme. Let's walk it back and add in that plumbing to make this more flexible, right? It does work. Even without including that. But I do want... I do want it to be able to find those additional assemblies. So while I don't need that, I think I do at some point. Best to try an incognito? Sure, we can... Right? Still works. But point well made. I do still want to be able to do that. You're scared about caching? Yeah, I feel similarly about how to get that working. Can I add components? After. I don't know, right? Like, this is the late binding issue. Having to add that reference and load it up and get it as part of the startup. Man, I really like this idea, and I'm hedging right here. I can generate this block of text, but I would need to rebuild. That's not going to work. Can I put, these are assemblies. If I have to put these somewhere, I'm going to... The routable page discovery is something that comes off of the routes. So let's go back. Let's go back for a second. Let me go back over to program. Program? Like, there are pages inside there that need to be referenced. But if I wanted to reference and use that, right? So cancel this, and if I did does that still work, even though I don't have it in program? Looks like it does, but I need to restart the app because I changed program to remove it. Still works. So I don't need to add it down here. Well, heck, do I even need this? Like, no, I do need that because it's a routable page. So that type of plugin we're going to need to figure out and load. Okay. For the purposes of getting a theme working, though, right? So we've got two different types of plugins that we've identified at this point: components and pages. Components that have some level of code, some level of static resources, we don't need to include in the additional assembly statement. And that's still using this thing. You're not gonna... So, well, see, that's just it. It's not just CSS components. So, this I think is working okay, but now to get rid of that. And let's call this just theme component. I'm still working here. That's fine. And if there is no theme component, that's not what I wanted. If there is no theme component, why isn't it like that? Let's do this and head over here and do some of this. And we'll do one of those and one of these. So if this, yeah, I'm still working here, friend. Right, so if it works like that, yeah, go ahead and restart. What problem does using plugins solve? Folks are going to be able to add in, at runtime, their own capabilities. So I didn't, right, it didn't blow up because I didn't assign a theme. So now if I do include the theme, hot reload kicks in and it loads and puts it in there. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting interesting. Yeah, third-party themes, third-party customization. Right. So now what I want to do, right as I'm starting to peel back the features, I want to be able to specify this type somewhere else in configuration so that it specifies and plugs in and loads it there. So what if somewhere else there is a theme, and let's call it theme type, and it is right, sample first theme plugin my theme. Then this becomes, right, type, get type, theme type. Right, that's a string. Why don't you like that? I must break you. Right, working on that. And we want to, right, so we want to do activator create instance. No, create instance this, and head over here and put one of those and some of that. Now, I need to cast it to I has style sheets. As, I'm going to do it with the as here. It still doesn't like this. And it could be null. For right now, I'm just going to escape it. Value cannot be null. I'm... Shut up. What? Go away, I'm not paying attention to that. Alright, so that says it started. Here it is over here. Okay, click into the website. Parameter, this type. Okay, let's do a little bit of work here. Let's do a little bit of work. How's it going, C Films? Let's make this type. Oh, you know why? I need to put the assembly name up front. Sample first theme plugin. Otherwise, it won't create it. Come here. No. Come here. Use the debugger. Use the debugger, Luke. Control Shift I. I want the immediate window. Why don't I have the immediate window? Give me the immediate window. Why won't you give me the immediate window? Immediate. Control D-I. There. Alright, fine. Type. Get type. Sample. First theme. Do I have it backwards? My theme. Sample. First theme. Plugin. Does it get that? It does. I had it backwards. All right. Well, we can fix that. That's easy. So get rid of that. Come over here. Put the comma in there. Space. And paste in the other John. And... rerun it. It's in debug. Is that where it's hiding? Debug windows. Okay. So try this again, and no error, and it does load and have my theme. Okay. Okay. So we've been able to specify the theme type as a string. Now, somebody who's giving us a theme isn't going to give us this string. We should probably have something that looks at that theme registered assembly and identifies Yeah, there's dynamic component. I'm not using dynamic component for this right now. But if we know the assembly, go through the assembly, find the class that uses IHAS style sheets, and save off that class's type. That feels like an installation thing. So let's do this. We know the assembly is no. Thank you. No, I'm not getting code completion here. Get assembly for a specific type. I don't know the type. I don't want to load it. No. And I don't want to load it. What's crazy, Kayla? How do we refer to that assembly without actually... No. This is going to be sitting somewhere. And so that should still work. On a platter solution I made in your own time is being rewritten in C++ because C# is too hard. Oh, that's awful. And that works. So let's continue to dial back. We know we don't need the reference for a theme here. But let's drop the assembly. Now we need to load the assembly into memory and get it ready and available. Okay, so what if sure. That's current theme type. And for right now, wrong button. There we go. Right now, make it that. So I've got the type hard coded somewhere, and let's move this to its own file. And missing an A in application state, am I? I am. Okay. So I can go into theme. No, not that theme. This theme. Builder, services, add singleton, application state. So now over here, I can inject. It doesn't know what either of these are, and that's okay. Inject application state. Sure. We don't have this. Oh, come on, you know what that is. Abstractions, theme. Interesting. Sharp-side abstractions has a dependency on it. Wait a sec. Yeah, there we go. So that now works. So here I can say app state dot current theme type. And we should do a null check up front on that. If it is not null, now that's not going to work because it doesn't have the DLL loaded. Excuse me for a second. Hey, you're not working. I'm just going to call you whenever. Hey, Lucy. You've got Twitch working via Cody. Oh, okay. I'm not... What's Cody? Help me out there. If I rebuild the web... Actually, does everything end up in a bin folder for app host? It does. So let's make this interesting. I'll add a reference. And I'm going to mark this as is Aspire project resource false. I didn't do that quite right. Why isn't that undoing? That's... What did I do? I see. What did I break? Be nice if this was ordered somehow, you know? Sharp-site data, Postgres. They should both have it. All right. Like that. So now, in program for the website, I'm not sure where this is supposed to go, but I'm just slinging code, and we'll figure out where it ends up. So yeah, I think that's right. So that will load that, which makes that available in memory. Let's see what it gets. Bang! Could not load file or assembly D sharp-site web, sharp-site first theme plugin. Okay. So let's go back to app host. Not that one. What if I... Yeah, what if I just pointed... Go up here, go to the first theme plugin, bin, debug, and that's a lot more junk in there than I was expecting. If I grab all of these, and just paste it in there, will it find it, load it, and work? Hello? Thank you. I'm already hanging here. Could not load SharpSite web. Okay. That's looking in the wrong folder. Let's start there. It shouldn't be content root path. That's the dub root folder. No. What if I get rid of that altogether? What if I tell you to load that? Code signing certs are expensive. Yeah. Assembly. Get executing assembly. Yeah. Location? So if I do that with a path combine, right? Yeah. Try that again. It doesn't have a code signing cert for individuals. It has an SSL cert that they will distribute and manage for you. D SharpSite, bin, debug, net9. I need to get that as a folder location, not the file location. Okay. So if I say new file info around this, because that's what it is, and we specify, is it directory, or can I gets the instance of the parent directory? Get directory like that. And why don't you like that? Directory may be null here. It's not going to be null. Oh, that's awful. Well, this should probably be string is null or empty. Yeah. So you're telling me you can't get that type? Where'd it go? There. It didn't. Did it not load the assembly correctly? It loads the assembly. What's it do with it? Now let's go see what Carl did. He's loading the component. And he loads a memory stream if it's been uploaded. So what's happening when it tries to load that? Right? Sample first theme plugin DLL. See what happens when it hits that. So bin and that file does exist, right? So, right, load file. Right, does that mean that it's now available for me to reference? So if I go here and I do that same type of, yeah, whatever. There's something I'm missing here in my reflection foo. It loads the contents of the assembly, but yes. I don't care.
As a companion.
Hey, I can actually hear you now. Wow. With C#, How do I load an assembly with reflection so that I can dynamically reference contents of that assembly? Let's see what it says. Assembly load from, yeah. And then get the types and work with it. Hey, DJ Deepex.
Deep just resubscribed for 6 months. Christmas is on the way. Cheers to
It
all less than
is.
3.
Hello. What's the difference between loads the contents? What's the difference? Let's try load from. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic December here. Maybe right, so there it is, stepping in. Got it. Why didn't that get it? Put the break back on. Take that off of there. If current theme type, activator create instance. Let's put a break in here. Step into that. App state, current theme type, and that looks right. So if I do that, right, let's just step through this. It does get the type. So that errored or something. No message over here. We don't. Run that again. Activator. What's create instance from? Assembly file type name. No. There's a... Can I specify it as a string? If I do that, what do I get? Okay, that looks like it works. As I has style sheets. So theme component's a thing at that point. Oh, wait a second. There's the theme. Did we not get that loaded up? $404. You're watching this stream on Arch? That's cool. Okay. So we need to load something else to make sure that we get the static assets. Now we copied over static web assets endpoints JSON. So how do we get the static web assets joined in here? Is it something where we have to like build in publish mode, build in release mode, and it'll get all put together? No. Build. Configuration release.
Developers.
Hey, Ardario. Welcome. Ooh, boy. Let's delete this. What happens if I do a publish? Sure. What is that? Publish. Ew. I'm trying to avoid using a database here because then I have a dependency on a resource that I don't necessarily know what it might be up front. Ew. Interesting, huh? What's in this one? Even if I go back to debug, there's ones of those guys. Ones of those files laying around here. What is this? Okay. So when you publish this, that's even with the portable runtime, it's still including all this other junk. When using CSS and JavaScript isolation, when is it transmitted to the browser? On start of the page or when the site with the isolation is called? On start of the site, because that isolation is wrapped up and included in a single assembly's CSS. And you'll see there's segments in there for each one of the pages. Each one of the segments has a little bit of a qualifier before it applies the rules. The URL of the CSS, the URL of which CSS that it's trying to connect to. It's trying to get to content sample first theme plugin theme CSS. Something maps that back. Do I write my own loader? I could. We're leaning into the issue of what does it look like to package this. Yeah, we got a 404 on the path because it doesn't know where to get that. How can we load an assembly for a Razor class library and access static content with the access static content shipped with it. Well, that's interesting. I can't change it. Self-contained includes everything from the runtime. Right? I don't... Okay. The Razor class... No, the sources tab... There is no sources tab. When Sharpside is loaded, the system got the runtime ready, so a plugin shouldn't deliver the runtime again. Correct. Yes. So the plugin should be portable because it's already the runtime is already there. What I'm thinking is when you publish this, I'm not in Edge, I'm in Firefox. When I publish this, there's dub root. And there's the file that I want to serve, right? And there it is in Brotli, and there it is in gzip compression. I could put together a static file provider. On publish, right? So it contains the other things that I referenced. Sharpside abstractions theme. However, because it's a Razor class library, it also contains these other things. Because it's a Razor class library. Now, if I extract and put all this stuff down on disk, I can route through and have it load things that are local to the library from its own dub root. Do I ever think W will be pronounced as dub as a standard in the future, not as W? Maybe. But I do dub all the time. Yeah. Yeah. So if we back out of here, so we load the assembly, and somewhere down here is use static files. Static file options. No. No. Do I have to do... I'm really not happy with you right now, Copilot. You need to shut up. I'm trying to investigate here. That's the direction that I wanted to go. Why doesn't it? Static file options, new. Right, so now, really? You're not going to give me any hints here? Content type, file type provider. What's the difference? No, let's look at static file options. Yeah. Come here, you. Hey, you got a link cable. Cool. Static file options. Come here. Show me what this is all about. You're not going to tell me anything. The file system used to locate resources. Yeah. Composite embedded physical file. Well, it's clearly not embedded. Composite lets you put together multiple file providers. So if we go back to what Copilot was saying here, this suddenly gets interesting. I'm not using the metric system, no. And I got a little bit longer link cable for mine. I got 25 feet for mine, I think. So let me back up. Let's rephrase and demonstrate the issue that we're working on. We're trying to late bind a we're trying to late bind a DLL that contains a Razor class library. In attempting to late bind it, there's static content in there, particularly a CSS file. We can load it. We can set up the type that's associated with it. Yeah. But it doesn't map the static files that are generated and available as part of this. And then we're going to need to find out how to load and add pages from an external library as well. And there's a bunch of security checks that happen along the way on that. Well, that crashed. What happened there? It's running in release mode. Do that again. Is there an option to include it as an embedded resource? Well, if it was an embedded resource, that would certainly work out nicely. We can do our own embedding here, though. And it can't find it's loaded and built the reference to here's the CSS file that I want to load. However, you can't find it on disk because it's not. The static file references aren't loaded into memory for the website. Well, we copied over the debug content. Sample first theme plugin dependencies, static web assets endpoint, static web assets runtime, and there's the DLL. Now this says here's the content root for that. And here's the files that I have over there. I don't think it knows to load and use this. Static web assets runtime JSON. How do I load? What? No. How do I load a Razor class library with static web assets? Because Razor class libraries that contain Razor components are standard .NET libraries, packing and shipping them to NuGet is no different. We're going to have to do something like this as well. It is set to the right build action if I was directly referencing the project. Yeah, stop. Right, if I directly reference it, it works. Because it knows how to find the www root inside that static asset reference and load it. Loading it late like this, it can't find it. See, there it is. So the test CSS makes H1's bold and I'm sorry, italic and blue. So we go back over here and reload. There's my theme CSS, and it makes my H1's italic and blue. So why aren't you zooming? So we're trying to package it runtime load exactly to enable and disable. You got it. So now, right? Let's stop that. Go back over here. Clean the solution, right? Get rid of everything. So running it now so that it does copy over everything that it uses. I'm not, no. Do they? So there's all the first theme plugin stuff. Did it copy over their dub root? No. So if we look at what's in there, it's telling us where the content roots are. Here's all the things that are in it. But if I just tell it, hey, add this additional content root. Developers, no, they're not. Developers. Hey, Next. Welcome. If I add that content root, but what happens at release time also? First theme plugin, DLL, PDB, static web assets. So what's in this one? Okay. So let's go back over here. Let's take just the website and just publish it to a dist folder. What? No. Sure. That puts down a dub root over here. And there's all my static assets for the website. And there's content. And my themes. Right, Lucy, I understand what you're describing there, and it looks like the way that they solve it is by putting down an underscore content folder and moving those things here. Right? There's content from the Razor class library for QuickGrid that gets copied down here, and these are automatically referenced appropriately. So when I late bind bring in your content, do I create an underscore content folder and put all that stuff there in the appropriate assembly names the same way that this is done by .NET, by ASP.NET Core? Then it's just sitting there on disk and there is no additional content routes that I'm creating. You've packaged and included these other files. I'm just going to open up the underscore content folder and create that appropriately. I'm not so much going to piggyback on, but I think we're going to emulate and do the same strategy. The way that what Carl is doing, he's not referencing any static assets. He's loading a component and that's it. Ads are scheduled to start in about 2 minutes. Let me start them now, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'm going to refresh my beverage and come right back here. Let me go get something to drink, and we'll come back in about 2 minutes. All right, thanks. All right. Let's think this through. What does NuGet do? Right, what happens if I were to tell this Razor class library, package as a NuGet package? Let's take a look at that. Maybe there's something there we can emulate. So that was the website. So if I were to say publish on this, don't publish to a folder. Give me a new publish profile. And it, I thought there was NuGet package in here. Where is it? Close all but this. Close other tabs. Right, I thought there was publish and an opportunity to say publish this as a NuGet package. And it's not in the list. Right, if I do properties on this, yeah, wait a sec. Yeah, start new chat. With Visual Studio, how do I package a Razor class library as a NuGet package? That doesn't make sense to me. Do I want to bring up plugins as NuGet? Not quite. Packet, okay. Now it wants me to run .NET Pack at the command line. I thought there was an option to do that. For some reason, developer PowerShell. Oh, now we're going to work. It's too small. Go away. What? No. Oh. Like, we know that this works to an extent, right? And we're still peeling back the layers on this. So from here, .NET Pack. What does this look like? Where is it? No, where's the NuGet? There it is. So if we take that nupkeg, and it is nupkeg, jump to the end, put a .zip on the end of that file name. Yes, I know. And extract all. It's right here. There's the contents of it. And there's a static web assets folder here. And there it is. So what if right inside package is right, look at all this. There's properties around the actual DLL. There's the DLL sitting in lib. Now I want to go back on using NuGet here. Right? Maybe, maybe not. So let's revisit our idea here. So let's leave these things. Do we leave them on the root? Yeah, let's leave those on the root, but let's take my plugin here. And let's create a folder called lib. Where did I put vertical pipe? Nope, that's not it. Where did I put a vertical pipe? Ah, there it is. Is that too much? I think that's too much. Like that. Knob Commerce has a theme plugin system. They do. They do. And then if I create a folder here called something like web, then we can have theme CSS hiding underneath there. I can extract in at installation time, and I can extract the DLL, put it somewhere on disk. I can move theme CSS into that same underscore content structure, with the name of the plugin and its contents sitting underneath of it. I'm reinventing static web assets for this, to be sure. But I'm getting the flexibility of being able to move around things a little bit here. And I don't want to use NuGet because I don't want folks to accidentally load a NuGet package as a plugin. What do we think? So if I force this to work, right? And I remove the reference, but in the dub root folder, if we add right, and we refer to this just like that. Let me delete this. We don't need the dist folder. Let's take this out of release mode. Everything becomes a hammer at some point. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I can take, if I take just the DLL, creating app with plugin support. What do you got there? That's German. That's okay. We'll just read German for everybody. Jawohl. Creating a custom assembly load context, assembly dependency resolver. This is a bit of what Carl did. Yeah. Load the plugins from disk. Yeah, this is, we're backing into this. Enable dynamic loading. Reference a plugin interface from a NuGet package. Yeah. There's some good tips in there that we're gonna end up in. Yeah. An interface for the setup of the plugin. Maybe. I am using... Standby. I'm not using assembly load context. Really? Put that back in there. Why do I need assembly load context? What am I missing? Here. What? Control F. There. I haven't worked enough with assembly load context that I need it. Assembly load context type is a special type in the runtime that allows developers to isolate loaded assemblies into different groups to ensure that assembly versions don't conflict. In addition, a custom assembly load context can choose different paths to load assemblies from and override the default behavior. The plugin load context uses an instance of assembly dependency resolver type to resolve assembly names to paths. Holy smokes. By using a different plugin load context for each plugin, the plugins can have different or even conflicting dependencies without issue. Okay. Definitely get that. Yeah, and that'll resolve the DLLs clashing. I totally get that. We're going to need this. I'm not quite at that point. I'm not quite there. We will need this. I'm at the point of trying to get the Razor class library to load dynamically, and what we've and where we need to plug it in to do the late binding. The late binding does work, but what we're finding is the static web assets are not properly copied in and referenced. So I'm working back from here's the way I want the completed solution to look if it was declared as a project reference and included, and I can put complete references into it. That's right, Penflinger. That's right. We're taking this one step at a time, and we're slowly peeling back and introducing the abstraction of load this on the fly at runtime. So now I can assembly load from that theme plugin, which, did I copy that in yet? I'm going to copy that, jump up and go over to the website, into the bin folder for debug.net 9. The theme is still there. Let's just run it and see what happens. I know the theme CSS reference that I shortened it to. I tried to do too many things here at once. I know that's not going to find it. I tried to do too many things at once. Sample first theme plugin. Did it remove it? Yeah, it did. So I'm going to paste them in. Let me also go to theme.razor. That's not exactly it, but okay. I want to format the item. No. Item dot starts with HTTP. It's the full item. That's pretty darn close. Otherwise, let's go to plugins / I'm going to pin you here for a minute. Sample first theme plugin. Can we... let's go back up here. I changed that. I'm going to need to... go get a new copy. Right. This and that. Copy. Bring it back. Yep, replace them. Okay. This is going to be the assembly name. Right, which is theme component. Get type. Dot assembly dot get name. Now, why don't you like that? No, it has a value because I already checked to see if it has a value up here. You wanna... That'll be fine. Let's see what we get. Oh yeah, still going. I'm alive! How's it going? Okay. All right. Let's see what we've got here. It just put down theme CSS. That's not what I was looking for. Okay. A break. Right there. Refresh that. All right. Item. It does not start with HTTP. So I shouldn't... Oh. Wow. That's not what I wanted for the... Ooh. Okay. We're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. I got you. I got you. I want to put a slash in there. I don't want to just do get name because that gives me an assembly name. I want just the name. You going to hot reload that, John? I sure hope you are. And this I want to be the URL. What's the URL? Did it give me the right one? Yes. But I need to... That worked. Okay. Okay. Hey, George, how you doing? So, now let's dial in a little bit of what Greenish Liquid was saying. We're going to want to use assembly load contexts. And we're going to want to put plugins down in separate folders. So that we load the plugins from a plugins folder. And maybe we extract and put the raw content from each plugin in its own folder in that plugins folder at install time. And we copy, at install time, we copy the contents of the web folder into that appropriately named assembly child folder underneath www root. So that gives us a bit of a mechanism, right, to install and place content appropriately. The plugin DLLs are sitting there in that plugins folder, and we can grab each one of them and load them at start time. Will there be security implications to loading the plugins? Yes, there will, Kieran, and we're gonna deal with setting up security after we get this working, right? There's a suggestion of plugins that specify a feature. A plugin must specify the feature that it requires. Kind of like how your Android app says, I require access to the camera. If you install this plugin, I need access to the camera. So one of the ideas is that we specify in the manifest of the plugin, here's the feature that this is enabling. Hopefully this will mean that when you include a theme, you know that you're only getting CSS and maybe some JavaScript that comes in with it. Maybe there's some other components that come with it. But it's just a theme, and it's only modifying the look and feel, and it's not injecting to change the way you work with a database or something more complex like that. Require assemblies to be signed. That's way down the line here. But sure, we could talk about that at some point. But that's I don't think that's outside of the realms here. There may be some folks that require signed assemblies. WordPress doesn't have any kind of signed assembly model. They have a catalog that a store that folks upload stuff into, and they can then use. Signed assemblies can be done here as well, sure. Manifest is the big thing. Declaring, here's what I want access to, so that you know at install time, hey, this wants to be a theme. And as an administrator, you can say, yes, it's allowed access to that. At some point, we'll need a store. Yes. Yes. And that store then can do scans for malware, can do validation. So, yep. We got into ads. So, I'm not going to dive too far in. I'll hold for a minute or so here. This is a little bit complex here. Let's simplify that just a little bit. Let's add a method for that. String format. No, format theme. Style sheet location. Oh man, did it copy that down? Yeah, it did. Format, theme, style sheet, location. Yeah. And if I run that again, that should work. 20 seconds left. You've been trying out DocFX recently? So I think we're going to want some DocFX for the documentation that we're using here. I see... Oh no, you're on YouTube, so you're watching, no problem. So this should work. That's old running of the site. Click in, and it does work. It did format it properly. Okay. Ugh. So we need a couple things now. We need a packager, something that will put those things in the package appropriately. We also need a method, a page that will allow you to upload, do the extract, and put the content down on disk. But not only does it have to put the content down on disk, we want to analyze the manifest and have it load that content up and present it on screen. Hey, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I brought down. Is this what you want? Confirm and then deploy things properly. And then we need to... It's loaded then for the initial instance of the website. But we'll want to put a method in here that loads the plugin assemblies, reaches into that plugins folder, and for the list of activated plugins, load those assemblies. Load and display manifest should be easy enough. Yeah, I agree, Mythin. That feels like low-hanging fruit here. Right? You upload the package, extract it somewhere. You don't even need to extract it completely to disk, but crack open as a zip file, pull the manifest JSON out of it, load that into a stream, and display. While calling assembly load from, how do you prevent execution of any code at that point before any other security checks have been done? You're right. There are assembly. There are static methods and things that you can put in there that'll kick off and run immediately. Can't prevent it. You can't. That's a good problem to follow up on and figure out later. That's a hypothetical right now, and it's something that we're going to need to address later. Can you do me a favor? Open an issue for that in the repository, right? It's linked in the in the pinned message up at the top. Yeah, that DLL main. There is no entry point in the DLL. However, you can have static methods that when it's loaded, they'll run. What does the checksum provide? Validation that the DLL is what it says it is. What else? That's about it. It doesn't prevent something from running. Okay, so plugin install process. A plugin package should be uploaded to SharpSite using an admin, a site admin UI. Let's the package should be saved in an isolated folder. Quarantine or something. Extract the manifest from the package and display the content on screen for the admin to review and grant permissions. Not great. Grant permissions for the plugin. Yeah, you're not. There's a certain level of you're not going to be able to prevent malicious plugins. There's also a certain level of we can detect them and do something about it. The checksum will give validation that it hasn't been changed. Okay, so we've extracted the manifest. We've presented it. If approved, move the lib. Yep. Move the lib files into a plugins folder. I should probably make that. No. Move the web files into the dub root plugin name. No, it was dub root plugins. Plugin name. Yeah. Dynamically load the initial assembly. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a store that you're downloading plugins from to install, there's a certain amount of inspection and automation to verify that they aren't malicious when they're uploaded, right? When they're added to the store. This is getting very interesting at this point. Very, very interesting. Right, was it, did I spell plugins right? Because that's going to be case sensitive. Yeah. We need to enhance the website startup so that it loads the libraries from the plugins folder. We're going to want to persist that list of plugins somewhere as a catalog. Because if the container dumps, we're going to want to reload and reinstall those. You can use module initializer, which will hit the same thing. Eager one-time initialization while loaded. There it is. So, and it will load and module initialize. That's right. Is it Funsalot or Funkalot? Yes. That's a plugin to be added later, but totally. That's absolutely a plugin to be built. Yep. Similarly, this theme, right, where it's loading and getting this information about the list of plugins to the list of style sheets to present here, this should be the list of style sheets to be added, right? This should probably go into into memory cache, so that once it's iterated over and identified all that stuff, put it into cache and don't think about it anymore. Like, we don't have to do a reflection to load it anymore. It's just there. So that even when it does rebuild a page that isn't in output cache, the location of the style sheets is already sitting in memory. But first time restart, it'll go do that load of all that information, punch it in there, and then dial up and put it into memory. So, yeah. But for the purposes of adding just an initial, we're right at the beginning here. Those are some great optimizations that we will hit. Not ready for the optimization yet. Okay. How are we on time? It is almost 2:30. I've been going for 5.5 hours. Okay. Yeah. First call could be a nightmare. If there's lots of these, right? And quite frankly, even though we've got a little bit of this hard-coded right now, let me restart and let's take a look at what .NET Aspire says is that first runtime right now. That's a fair question, and right, let's see what an initial benchmark is, and then figure out what we want to do to optimize. So I'm going to click that open and jump over here to traces. So there's the first get, and it took 3/4 of a second. Now, browser link is in there, and of course, it's first request. But subsequent requests for other pages are going to hit that same load of what's the name of the stuff. So there's my next one to go get that page, right? And it took 118 milliseconds. The database call took 7.8 seconds. So let's go back. That was the first time it requested that page. I'll request somewhere else. Now let me go back to it. Output cache is not running here. And let's look at the traces. So there's the get for about, and that was set. Well, you can't see it behind my noggin here. There we go. So there's the get for about, and it was 7 milliseconds. The go back to the home page where it's loading and hitting reflection again is 10 milliseconds. 15 milliseconds to go get the page with database, and that took 6.6 milliseconds to load the content out of the database. So if it's 15.9 and we're going to take out, call it 7 milliseconds off of it, it only took us 8 milliseconds to load the rest of this. I'm okay with that. For right now, I'm okay with that. And if we did put that stuff in memory, right? Let's do just some initial premature optimization, just for giggles here, right? To see what it actually looks like, right? Like, it actually has memory cache there already, right? So if I go into theme, right? Like, let's inject memory cache because we can. What is it? I thought it was inject memory cache. No. Right? Yeah, iMemory cache. iMemory cache. And I was right. So it's loading the theme component and getting the collection of style sheets out of it. So if the collection of style sheets is a string array, so let's put a string array here, right? style sheets, and let's initialize that as empty. Then we can take this and just make it go to style sheets, right? And after we get theme component, we can say style sheets equals, right? Theme component dot style sheets, right? And sure, we can do this and put a thing over here and do that and one of these and but right, I can do the memory cache thing here now, right? So I could say if no cache oh, that looks so good, but not quite right. Try get value. Let's call this theme style sheets. Out style sheets, right? No, we're good. Why don't you like that? Possible null reference. Yeah, I know. So, can I still do that? No. That's okay. So if we weren't able to get it, do this. Oh shoot, forgot the other one up front here. Right? And delete that. Okay, so take you, tab it in. Right, then I can say cache dot that was right. Yeah. That's fine to start. And I can do the double check here just to make sure that there's a value. So that's going to put it into cache. Yeah, okay, Funkalot. 5 minutes is probably too short. What's the main goal of this project? There's a link to the source code right at the top of chat there. Yes, that's what the bot is. That's right. So let's take a look now. So there it is on first load, right? Yeah. So let's go back to the dashboard. This is the .NET Aspire dashboard. So it wires up and does things like traces for me automatically. What's that one? Just getting the front page, and it's a quarter of a millisecond. I don't think that's right. That's 3 milliseconds. So let's stay back here on traces, and I'm going to click through to first post. So now right there, right, it took 65 milliseconds to hit the database, but that was the first request to the database. If I go over to the about page, 10 milliseconds. Right. Once the content is loaded, right? It hit the database. Why did it hit the database? What did you do? Why did it select the page again? The posts. Oh, because it went to get the list of posts. Duh. To display. I haven't cached that yet. But if I click through to the post, right, there it is. 15 milliseconds. And still 5 milliseconds of it. And we haven't cached anything yet. Right? So if I refresh that page, right, I'm still in the home. 8 milliseconds. Now, I could put some open telemetry around that call. But I think it's using this. Right, let's just verify that we are getting it out of cache. Well then. Try that again. Yeah. Right. So, one more time. There it is. Yeah. But what I'm seeing is the amount of time to get it out of cache is actually slower than just pulling it out of the DLL. Doing the reflection to load the DLL, because the DLL is loaded in memory also. So that might change in the future, but do we need this for right now? Hot reload's going to take effect. It's hot reloaded. "12 milliseconds with it loading from the database. The individual page versus 8.3 milliseconds, 15 milliseconds. That was a first request. If I go back and back into it, so there, 7 milliseconds to load the page a second time versus the second time to load it was 8.56. It's actually faster to use the reflection to load it instead of using memory cache. So, for now, based on that initial experiment, and totally valid, you know, hey, let's talk about this. I don't think we need it yet. You know what I mean? Like, we're in a pretty good place. But good discussion and a little bit of investigation there. How you doing, Dima Olex? So we're building a plugin mechanism that's going to allow runtime definition and loading of new features into the website. Okay. Let me park what I've got at this point. Which does include, yeah, copying down and creating this initial plugins folder. And our initial plugin, I can get rid of this theme razor. We're not going to use that. But having a theme that implements and says, I have these style sheets, that works. So let's git add working prototype of deployed static assets. So that's my deployment, my working prototype at this point. Xbox One Online says, hey, congrats, me just passed the AZ400 Microsoft Designing and Implementing DevOps Solutions exam. Hey, congratulations. Well done. We got to celebrate that. Very, very cool. We're on an ad right now for some folks. But congratulations, Xbox. That's really, really cool. To pass an exam that you've been studying for and preparing for. That's great stuff. Okay. You can find my notes. Let me grab these and share them. No, I probably want that. Not module initializers. What was the other one? Yeah. Create a .NET Core application with plugins. Let me grab this. There, Eagle with the entry there. Plugin system. Let's introduce a plugin system. Some ideas from the Learn documentation. And remove the EN. Okay. You could actually get this code and play around with it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What's default writer? What do you got there? A .NET dependency injection framework. Oh. Okay. Yeah, all the source code is linked there at the top of chat. Time for hosting providers to start offering. We're nowhere near there yet. Nowhere near there yet. I am first, and I am the first person who's going to admit we've literally been building the minimum to get us somewhere. We have a website that has some translations. We want to build a translation tool that we'll use on stream to generate some of these translations. It's an ASP.NET Core plugin system. Okay. Tell me more. I see references to all kinds of... Yeah, how do I use this? Dependency injection framework. Yeah. It's a little bit light on documentation to help me understand how I use this. Like, I know what dependency injection is, and I appreciate what it can do. Make a princess your granddaughter? Eh? Like, simple injector example. Dependency injection. Now that's... those are references. Those are conversations, Mythin, that we will want to understand at some point. Totally agree. I'm happy to learn more about how hosting providers use WordPress currently. My current motivation, my current direction, my thinking hosting-wise is that SharpSite will go into a container with a volume somewhere on disk. And it's going to need to connect to a database somewhere. Right now, that database is Postgres. But what if you could swap that out with other storage mechanisms? We'll figure that out later. I'm trying to think what are next steps. Where do we go next? Do I force a plugin to come together that it write a sample version of the sample plugin, and let's try to build that install? Oh my gosh! Thank you, War Ice Dev. Thank you. Some companies are already doing something that's interesting enough. Okay. Like, I'm not looking to compete with anything right now. I'm looking to build something that we all can learn from. And this is, right, where we've stepped into some really advanced bits in the .NET ecosystem, right? We've gone from, hey, I just want to build a blog that just puts posts on a page. I haven't done any theming. I'm literally using all of the defaults. There it is. To now, we're dynamically loading content and adding it into the system. The system? Look.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
We're building the system. Did I have a chance to work with NOP Commerce? No. Has a similar idea, and main benefit is that you can override and implement interfaces for existing service on your own. So, like, extend whatever you want. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I definitely understand that. There's a bunch of stuff like that does this. I want part of the goal here is I want to make this easy enough that non-technical folks can use it without needing a degree, and they can use it for free. Where you want to host it, that's where it's going to start costing money. So on and so forth. We're flying. Let's see what putting together an initial, right? Let's handcraft what manifest what the manifest looks like, and what here, let me go into here, clean up some of this. Let's get rid of my release folder. Let's go into debug. Yeah. Now we're good there. Okay. Let's go into first theme plugin. Go into bin. I don't need release. Goodbye. I got rid of dist already. Good. But let's grab these two. Create a folder up here somewhere to work. Artifacts? I don't know, that sounds good. And create a folder in here. Right. First plugin. And there's those. And I called the folder that'll have the web content web. So new folder web. And if I reach into here, reach into this, copy that. Right, I'm purposely doing this by hand, and we'll end up building a tool to allow you to package. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay. And then these I thought we would put in, yeah, they go in a lib folder. So let's go new folder, lib. I don't need the PDB, do I? Get rid of the PDB. Move you into here. Boom. So I've got web lib with my plugin sitting there. Let's add our first manifest JSON, right? Manifest JSON. Yes, it is going to become very unusable. Deal with it. Rush hour audio clip. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And look, it's open source. I want you, everybody out there, you're watching, all right? It doesn't matter to me if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, if you're watching the recording. Open issues. If you see something you like, if you see something you don't like, if you have a question about how something works, open an issue.
Stick shared 100.
Thank you so much. Open an issue. Clone the repository, bring it down locally. If you're watching the YouTube, there's a link to the repository just below in the description. If you're watching me live on Twitch, up at the top of chat, there's a link to the repository. This isn't... You're not watching an application being built like a house is being built on HGTV or on one of your favorite, right, home renovation shows. I want you to participate. The source is open. Everything you're seeing me work on here is available in the repository. Go check it out. In fact, I'm going to create a draft pull request for this this feature that we're building right now. All right? I want you to participate. I want to hear from you. I want comments. I want to work together with you to make this happen. So I'm going to set up the pull request from my plugin architecture over into the SharpSite 04. This is initial construction of a plugin system, and let's just call it that. And I'm going to make this a draft, okay? So that you can find my code. It's in the pull requests in the main repository that you can find in that link just below if you're watching. And you'll be able to click through and see the code that I'm writing, the 18 files that I've changed in here. You'll be able to dig through and find, or even jump over to my repository and take a look at that branch. Clone it, bring it down, tinker with it, ask questions. There's a Discord that we have for this channel. Let's work on this. Let's participate. This is your chance to learn with a group of folks while we build something cool. Okay? Thank you, Funkalot. Is it Funkalot or Funsalot? It looks like Lancelot, so I'm tempted to say Funsalot. But I see FUNC and I think funk, like the .NET structure. Hey, Junie, thank you for the Discord link. So, all right, we don't need that. We don't need that for right now. We're okay there. Let me add a link to this into that issue. And let's open this up a little bit. Fixes, yeah, that one. And I should have just clicked it. At Carl Franklin has a great sample for loading unloading plugins. And that way Carl knows that I'm referencing his sample over here. Funts a lot? Okay. Funts a lot. All right. Here we go. So I've got that link over there so we can reference it. And here's where we are with this. Okay. I was building that initial plugin that we're going to reference here. So manifest JSON. I have it in VS Code. And funny enough, I can copy that. Ooh, somebody mentioned about having a schema for the plugin manifest. JSON schema for plugin manifest. That's a good idea. I don't know when we should do it, but it's a good idea. All right, back over here. Plugin name, first plugin theme. This is the first theme we're creating for SharpSite, and it makes each one tags blue and italic. That's all it does. Dumb, simple, and easy for us to recognize that it's working. More complex things will come in at a later time. Version, let's call this 0.1.0. I'm not going to include an icon. Published, sure, 12.12 is fine. Supported versions, I have no idea what this looks like, but sure, that looks fine. We'll do something like this. Author is Fritz and Friends. Contact this guy. And right, we'll do something like this. There we go. Author website. There we go. Source. Oh, do I really need to provide the source? I mean, that's... Sure. Right? So we'll just go to here. MIT. Everything in here is MIT license. MIT license. Tags. Let's make this just... let's call this theme, and let's also put test on this. Right? And I don't have any way to enforce some of these other themes, so we'll get this defined for now. So I have a manifest. I don't have a README. That's okay for right now. I don't have a changelog. I don't really need that. I've got a known license in there, so I don't need a license. I've got my lib and I've got my web. So let's compress this up. Right? Compress to zip file. And let's call this first plugin 0.1.0. That's not what I called it. I called it sample first theme plugin. Fine. This. Okay, I think we've got something to start. Let me pause here and take a look at chat. SBoy3444, you need some serious help. You want to become an advanced web developer, mainly in LAMP and LAMP stacks, and possibly branch out from there. The issue I have is I find it so hard to sit and code, and I I'm still in a very noob stage, barely even know HTML, CSS. Sounds like what you need is quick victories. Right? You need some quick victories. Start with basic HTML. Open Visual Studio Code. And start learning some basic HTML. Just do the basics, okay? You don't even need to have a web server, a web browser, anything installed. You can quite easily let me open a new window. Right? You can create a new file and you can ask for an HTML file. Okay? Tell it to save somewhere. My first dot HTML. Okay? And start writing your first HTML file, right? And here's the thing. Visual Studio Code's going to help you. Right? It's going to start doing auto-completion of things for you. And you'll be able to get a preview of this. I don't have the thing. There's a thing installed that'll give you a preview of this. I don't want an HTTP request. Right, but just open it up in your browser and there it is. And then you can start to work kind of back and forth between these. And learn a little bit about how to work with it. Okay? So let's learn what an H1 is. Right? Oh man, there it goes. Save and refresh over here and it gets bigger. Start small with HTML. Get those initial wins, right? Like, what's a paragraph tag now? Right? This is my first sentence. Woohoo. I like cheese. And refresh over here. Well, gosh, I like cheese is another sentence. Why doesn't that appear on another line? Well, I can make it appear on another line by putting it inside of another paragraph. Right? And you'll see these patterns and you'll learn how to use the various tags. Spend time with just HTML. Get the simple wins on how to build and write HTML. Just have the code editor there. Everything takes practice. Okay? HTML is the foundation for any web development. You got to know HTML. Then you're going to learn CSS. And all kinds of cool things are going to start happening for you as you start learning CSS. Right? You're going to get in here and start doing some stuff and realize, oh, wait a sec. Now things get a little bit crazy because I can start saying color red. Save that, go over here and refresh the page and now it's red. Or I can change that to green. Over here, refresh the page and now it's green. And you're going to layer on and see these. You need to find those immediate the dopamine hits of quick success. Things are happening and working for you and showing you that you're successful. Everybody feels like an imposter. S-Boy, I feel like an imposter with some of the stuff that I do here. I do tutorials on a regular basis. And I'm the guy that writes the tutorials. It's okay. Everybody's learning. Everybody's always learning. There is no person that knows everything. You'll see this as you build more, okay? As you talk to people in this industry, okay? I work with the people who invent C#. There's some pretty damn smart people, okay? Mads Torgerson, the leader of the team, he's a good friend. He's been on the stream here a couple times. He knows not just C# programming language, but he knows many other programming languages inside and out, because he learns from them to make decisions about how to build his programming language. But here's the thing. Mads knows programming languages. He doesn't build web pages. So while you might be having a hard time getting started with HTML and CSS and figuring out how some of these tags work together, Mads is at a similar place with building web pages. Now, I'm oversimplifying here. Mads knows HTML. He knows how to build web pages and stuff. But he's that's not what he does. He can build web pages, he can work with them, but he's not somebody who can go through and knows how to do and build web pages, because he's not building websites. He uses tools to help him build websites. Because he doesn't need to do that. He builds languages. That's okay. Not everybody knows everything. And you're not going to know everything. That's just the way it is. So take your time, step into it. It's okay to break things. It's okay to break things and something doesn't quite work. Look, I've got errors reported over here and all my code disappeared. Oh gosh, I broke something. What happened? Well, check this out. This is going to come in here and say, hey, I don't know what you wanted me to do here. And it's going to give me a chance to do things with Copilot to fix. Go ahead and fix that. Now I've got Copilot installed. It's going to help me with that. But take your time. Okay? Step through. I'm doing certainly some advanced things here that we're going through. And that's okay. Yeah, we can do that. That's right, Funsalot. Yep. You've been coding for almost 40 years, says Weirdbeard Dev, and he's a huge imposter. Always feel it. The imposter is now my pair programmer. Yeah, it's okay. You feel you start and quit and start and quit. Find some friends. Find who are working on putting together some code, collaborating. That's where live coding and hanging out with a group like this, or drop into a Discord, can help nudge you along, give you some encouragement. So, the art of coding is really the art of writing bugs and learning how to fix them. Yeah, that's totally. So, take your time. You'll get there. Don't be discouraged by things that don't work. Half the crap I write doesn't work. You'll get there. You'll find it. Okay, so we just built our first plugin here. Oh, and let me rename that. Right? We wanted to name this with an extension of right, SSPG. Was that it? Yes. Do I remember that? SSPKG. Right? So, PKG. Yep. Which Windows doesn't know. You're welcome, S-Boy. Take your time, work through it, right? There's all kinds of folks here on Twitch that are encouraging and helping folks and talking through as they're building their own projects that want to encourage other folks to succeed in this industry. That's part of my job at Microsoft, is to make sure that folks like you succeed. Give you that path forward, point you towards it, and give those encouraging words to get you successful. Now that I've got this first plugin, we can start to build the admin page that lets you load plugins and walk through this process that we started to define here for what happens when you say upload and initialize this. It's 3 o'clock here. I've been broadcasting for 6 hours. I think it's time that I pause, take a step back. Let's throw a commit out there. Oh my goodness, Lana! Maybe I won't. It's a raid. Hello there, raiders. Oh my goodness, it's our good friend Lana Lux. How you doing there, friend? Lana's been working. Are you working on Strain? Lana's an independent game developer, and she's been building games over there on her channel. She's also been building resources for Unity developers. No, that's all good. I can go for a little bit longer here. Absolutely. Thank you so much to our followers. Hey, Ninja, hola. Yeah. Perfectly timed to make sure I don't sleep. That's right. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing there? My name is Jeff Fritz. We're building a WordPress clone called SharpSite. It's built we're building this with C#. We're using Blazor and other .NET web technologies. So we're using C#. Thank you so much for the follows here, friends. This is great. But what we're building today that's really interesting is we're building a plugin system. Everybody wants to have an application that has the ability to have extensions, right? Visual Studio Code. These applications have extensions that you get from a store or right from a marketplace somewhere that you can add into your application, and you can have that extension that adds additional features. When we think about a content management system like WordPress, you want to be able to extend and add themes in and other things that enable additional features that weren't initially shipped by the project team. And that's what we're doing here, is we're defining what does that look like, and we've started adding that runtime loading of those capabilities into the application. Let me scroll back here and catch up with some of the folks on chat, and I'll even jump over here so I can catch up with chat. Let's see here. You rated in from lurking with Lana. That's right. There you go. You doubled up. Is it on purpose that I don't use any font which could make my Oh My Posh actually look normal? What? Are you kidding? What do you mean make it look normal? That looks normal. I'm using Cascadia Cove. Yeah, I'm using the Cascadia Cove font. Yeah. Right? Take a look. Take a look at my settings here. And appearance. Cascadia Cove Nerd Font. Right there. So it's the Cascadia Code font that is available in Windows Terminal. It's an open source font that the Microsoft folks make available that anybody can download, but it's been extended to include power lines like some of the stuff I have in here. So this shows me I'm on a branch. This shows me the difference between my Git versions here. Yeah. So I think we're okay there. it's a pretty good font that we've chosen. What font would you recommend to improve the power lines there? I like the little matrixy separation between these. I like that instead of having the arrows and lines and things that some. Yeah. Nope, that's the way it's supposed to look. Fira code, yeah, Fira code looks nice. No, it's exactly. I like that little matrixy fade from one to the next. So, but I appreciate that it didn't look correct to you. That moment where you want to use an HTTP context object as a cascading parameter, that you're running into either a pre-rendering thing or you're in a pre-rendering thing is what you're hitting. So we've defined a manifest and a syntax and a structure for what a package looks like, for what a plugin looks like, and we made up this file name extension SSPKG, easy for me to pronounce, that has a manifest, a little JSON file, some web static resources, and our libraries, the DLL that I want to register to use, to actually load and work with inside the application. And we've got some ideas of how that should work. Now, I've already got an instance of what I think is my first theme, my first plugin that I want to build. And this is going to seem weird for folks to have to build a plugin and compile it with .NET. It's going to seem weird. We can work around that eventually, but we'll get there. But it's got a my theme class that says, here's my list of style sheets. And we might be able to simplify this a little bit more. But for right now, letting a little bit more of the C# interactions and interface flow into this is okay. And it's got a theme CSS that's sitting in here in dub root. That's a Blazor convention. Like I said, we might be able to simplify this in the future, but I just want to get it working, and then we'll peel back and make it easier, make it faster and simpler for folks to use. And in the samples that we were working through earlier today, we have inside our website, I copied in and I created a plugins folder. And this is the destination where when I install the project, I want to put my CSS inside a folder with the same name as the package, the plugin that I'm installing. Thank you so much for the follows. So when I run this now, and I think, do I still have, like, I copied in because I don't want to directly reference the plugin. Like, that's kind of the whole point, is you're not referencing this. It is in there. So when I run this now, and I'm using .NET Aspire to orchestrate the application, right? So it's a very simple application at this point. I purposely have not created a theme for it. I purposely have not done much coding against it because I want to build just the complex pieces that I need. Get those working, and then we'll make it look better and run faster. So my initial theme, all that my initial theme does is make H1 tags, make the header tags blue and italic. So I've got a first post here that we built to test to make sure that it'll let me create posts. But when I click into it, my H1 tag is turning blue with italics. So I know I have that working. And when I look at my code here and we zoom in a little bit, you'll see that it did properly add a style sheet that points to, in this case, my first theme plugin that I'm defining just to flesh out, here's how this works, and the theme CSS. Ads are coming up here. Thank you so much to everybody who's still sticking around, who has a subscription. Appreciate it. Funsalot says they use some JetBrains Mono stuff from time to time. Yeah, the glyphs look really nice. I don't like to use those on stream because they confuse people. Inside of Visual Studio Code, when those glyphs show up, folks get confused about it. So for the purposes of a teaching stream and teaching videos, I don't like using the glyphs that appear. We have built in concepts of translation around some of these, and we'll build out and do more with translation in a future stream. But it's building out and growing appropriately. So, really cool stuff that we're building. If you want to learn more, if you want to get the source code, check out the link at the top of chat if you're watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, it's linked in the description just below. Do I use a regex for translations? I do. And you can see the regex. They are sitting in... They're sitting in the locales folder here. And there they are. Now, we think we can generate... it ran another ad? We think we can use ChatGPT or Azure OpenAI to help generate these a little bit better than some straight interactions that we see with other projects. We think we can do something to encourage and make that a little bit better. Auto-translated with OpenAI. So I don't want to just do a straight auto-translate, but I want to provide context around what each of the items is so that OpenAI can go through and translate it. I also want to make sure that it only translates things that are new and that we don't have a translation for. This way, if a human comes through and corrects something, it won't attempt to translate it again. So some of those tools that are out there will just sledgehammer through and translate everything every time. That's not right. Is this the right project to start developing something in C#, or if I have to start from some other project of mine? So this isn't a lesson that I'm teaching. This is something we're kind of contributing and building together. That's how some of the Dutch translations went missing. But you can certainly jump in and contribute. This isn't something that's going to teach you C#. This is a bit further along. Intermediate to advanced topic at this point. But happy to answer questions and talk about and show you some things along the way here. So, all right. Let me dive in. Where was I? We've defined what I was starting to do the artifacts here. Is it? Did it include the artifacts folder the last time I pushed up? It did not. Do I have a thing in my git ignore that it's ignoring the artifacts folder? Take a look. Really? You're not going to let me slash and search for it? No. Artifacts. There it is. Rats. I'm going to remove that. There we go. Yeah, I don't mind adding that. It's going to add the DLL that's in there. Allowing artifacts folder. Okay. Let's go in here. What do we got? Yeah, there it is. First simple plugin package. Okay. So they're now available if anybody wants to go and look at them. Let's start the web page that will allow us to manage the currently installed plugins. The currently installed plugins. Do we have a list in a database somewhere? No. We have a list in memory. Because the assemblies were loaded. Loading that manifest in memory is nothing. I got an idea. What if we take the manifests, right? We're going to move the library files into the plugins folder. What if we rename the manifests to the name of the plugin.json? Yes, loaded but not enabled. Yes. Okay, there. Enable, disable plugins. We will want a way to have plugins downloaded, but not enabled. I think that's living in that quarantine folder. Copy the manifest for each plugin. No. Move the lib files into a plugins child folder named after the plugin. Copy the manifest into its plugins folder. Yeah. Yeah, that can probably... Okay. Let's put some backticks in here. You, here, there. There we go. Okay. Okay. So if I have the manifests in the plugins folder, dynamically load the initial assembly. Hey there, delegation of task. How you doing? load the manifest into the, I'm not sure what this is going to be called, but loaded plugins application state information. Then it's just sitting there in memory, and each one of these are really small, right? Like the manifest that we created, right? Is 1K. So even if you have 100 plugins installed, it's 100K. Who cares? How you doing there, Asm1? Hello. So that it loads libraries and manifests. Okay. So you weren't expecting to see a guy with a beard and ugly glasses sitting here, were you? No, they're not ugly glasses. So I need a manifest type that I can load into, and I'll be able to pass around as a plugin manifest. So yeah, let me add that type here inside of my abstractions. Right. No, call this a plugin manifest. There we go. And have you seen this trick with Visual Studio? This is one of my favorites. I used to manage the team that did this. I'm going to copy this JSON. And I'm just going to jump right in here and go edit, advanced, no, paste special. There it is. Paste JSON as classes. Boom, done. Done. And I'm just going to take this, copy it, delete all that stuff, paste that right there, and boom goes the dynamite. I haven't had the keyboard cam on. There it is. There's my keyboard. Ta-da. So, why do I have a bunch of red lines here? So I have warnings as errors turned on here, and we need to fix these. So this is probably optional. Features, we're going to need that defined. Display name, oh yeah, we need one of those. Description, absolutely. Version, you better believe it, thank you. Icon, not so much. I'm okay with icon being optional. Published, yep, I'd like one of those. Supported versions, yes please. Author, yes. Contact, yes. Contact email, yes. Author website, sure. Source, not necessary. Known license, not necessary. Because you might have your own license sitting on disk. You saw the project? I'm using .NET Aspire and Postgres. Oh yeah. Is there any starting point for contributing? Delegation of task. Go ahead and click into the package up there, the GitHub repository. You can download, and you can, if you have .NET 9 installed, press F5 and it'll be off and running. You don't need a thing there. I should create a contributing document here that talks about how to do some of those things. Oh no, I do have one. There you go. Git clone, git checkout, .NET restore, .NET build, .NET run, and it should just work. How to add translations, how to submit changes. Yep. So I do have instructions there about how to. That's my local copy. but there are a handful of issues out here with things that we're working on. We're currently working on milestone 0.4, so there's a couple things here that, what kind of PR? All kinds. Any kind. Yep.
Developers.
Oh, I got niche. There we go. That feels better. You just need Docker or Podman running on your local machine, and you can be up and running in minutes. So you don't need to install Postgres. You don't need to install anything. Okay. Just the .NET 9 SDK, and have Docker or Podman running. I'd probably need to have that. I probably need to add something about that. Learn. Oh, I dropped into Overwatch mode. Learn Microsoft Com. .NET Aspire. No, I don't want the training. Setup. And here's the container runtime. So you either have Docker Desktop or Podman, and here's how you set up Podman. So let's modify the contributing quickly here. Configure Docker or Podman for use with .NET on your machine. We will use this with .NET Aspire. More details about configuring and using .NET Aspire can be found at and let's get rid of the ENUS in there. Did that change it into a link there? Yeah. And that's it. Yep, create a new branch. Yeah. Come on. So, .NET Aspire will get you started and running immediately. Okay. Yes. So the dashboard will start up, and if it says that it's not running, you probably don't have Docker or Podman running. Start Docker or Podman. We recommend Docker, but you can use Podman also, and it will start running, and the rest of the site will just light up and start working. It's not something you would use yourself. With respect, we're probably 2 years away from folks saying, I want to use SharpSite. We're probably a solid 2 years away with some development here. We're probably a year away from folks in the tech community saying, hey, this is pretty cool. Take a look. Let's contribute and build this and do more with this. It's something that's going to grow and we're going to learn about. And that's okay. If it's successful, that's awesome. If it's not, we learned something along the way. Where was I? Over here. So we created the plugin manifest type. So What I'd like to do, we started down defining an application state object over here. And right now we've hard-coded the one theme type into it. And that's going to go away, to be sure. Let's create a public dictionary. No. String manifest. No, I called it plugin manifest. Yeah, there it is. Plugin manifest. No, I'm going to call it plugins. Right. And let me default that to new. There we go. All right, so I have a collection of them sitting there. No, I don't want you to be able to set this. Don't want it to be... Do I want this to be an immutable dictionary? We can do that. Right? No, I do want it to be just a regular dictionary because we're going to add and remove stuff from it. Wait. Immutable dictionary. Hang on. I think I do want. Immutable dictionary says you can't replace this. Right? Well, how many does it take? You're being difficult now. Fine. No. I'll make it just regular dictionary for now. That's not the right key. Really? So annoying. All right. List of the... Yeah, the plugins that are currently loaded. Okay. So I'm going to have an admin page. Right, that we're going to use to specify current plugins. So I'm going to add a Razor component in here. Let's call this plugin list dot Razor. This is an admin page, so we're going to specify this is a page. Yeah, that's a pretty good place to land. We need to make sure that only administrators, system administrators, are allowed to use this. So let's put in an attribute, authorize roles. Oh yeah. Roles equals. I have a collection of constants out there. Roles administrator. There we go. So only administrate. What? No. Admin. Fine. All right, so only site admins are allowed to get in and work with the list of plugins. Sure. And let's call this plugin management. And in the layout here for admins, we'll want to link over to that. So we'll jump into here, user admin. And this will go to admin plugins. Plugin management. Now, something that's become very clear to me as we build this. These navigation menus like this, we're going to need to be able to dynamically add links to this. Here's the required permission. Here's the destination that it goes to. Here's the text that it goes with. And even then, that text, we're going to want to be able to localize. Oh boy. Okay. We'll get there. Would that be a specialized component? Mm-hmm. That adds features into admin? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But we're not at that level of sophistication yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, so plugin list. So I also want to inject in here, right? Application state. Yep. So then what I can do, right? No. Close. Let's start with just that H4 that it was suggesting for installed plugins. Come on. That's pretty darn good. That's pretty darn good. For each plugin, so a plugin is a key value pair. I'm going to want to do value display name. I don't have any plugins installed yet, but this site, this page should work. And we can then start adding the page that is add a new plugin. Upload a new plugin. Yes. Okay, okay. Am I on the right path here, chat? What do you think? Right, this part is easy. Right, this part isn't going too far. Okay, so let me log in. So the initial user is admin at localhost. We should document that somewhere. Why are you taking so long to log in? Yes, that's fine. Site admin, plugin management. No plugins are installed. Okay. Do I really need this header again when I know I'm in plugin management? I don't think so. Go on. I think we'll want something that's a grid here a little bit that has more content to it. So um let me take care of this. So, and we're going to need help translating all of these things also. Okay. So like installed plugins, no plugins were installed. We're going, and plugin management. We're going to need help translating some of these things here. Let me, I'm not going to put the initial translation stuff out there, but if you want to contribute, you can certainly set up a pull request on my pull request in my repository, my private repository, to swap out and start placing some of the text in here and place the English and some other language, right? Other language content for these, if you'd like to start contributing to some of that. But actually, I think I'm about as far as I probably want to go right now. Yeah, because this next piece of building the upload and parsing and reading the manifest and deciding what to do with it is going to be complex. So let me do this. Let me... I'll take these couple things for the plugins and let me create resources for them. Let me do that. And then we'll park this and we'll call it from there, okay? So I start in here in shared resource. And we're going to add some new resources here, and I really don't like this interface for doing that. Yeah, it's... Sharp site. Plugin management. Plugin management. Title on the page to manage application plugins. There we go. Can I copy that and paste it into English? No. Okay. So that is here. Copy that. Localizer. Thank you. That. Now on the plugin list page, installed plugins. So let's add that. Sharp site. Install plugins. Header for the table of currently installed plugins. Okay, install plugins. And I'll go back over to here. And we'll localize that. Right? One of these, one of those, and that. No plugins are installed. SharpSite, no plugins installed. Friendly message indicating no plugins are currently installed. There it is. Put that in English. Back over here. Localizer. Bang. And it doesn't have them loaded because I added new resources. Let's put them in. Is there any reason we don't have username and password for pgadmin? You don't need it. You don't need it. Check it out. Check it out. Let that start. I'll jump over here while that's running in the meantime. I'm already logged in. Plugin management, installed plugin, and it's all got the English values. You don't need it for pgadmin. Let that finish starting up. .NET Aspire automatically provides authentication for it. This runs locally. This is a local developer tool only, so you don't need it. Come on, finish lighting up there. So when you click into it, come on. Booting the worker, come on. There it goes. Pop open the list of servers, and where'd the database go? There it is. SharpSite. Schemas, public, tables. There they all are. Your ASP.NET user logins, pages, posts. So we can look into posts. And there's the one post that I wrote. It's right there. So, will we have PG in production? No. Nope. You can set it up and run it if you like, but nope. Nope. Doesn't get included. But, right, we get all the traces and stuff inside here. Like, right, we can take a look. Take a look in the traces. So here, when I went to get the root of the website, you can see it made requests into Postgres. Click into that. And you can see exactly the SQL statement that was run. There's even a visualizer here that shows you the whole thing. Copy the text to the clipboard if you want. This is all built into .NET Aspire for you. When we get into production, this is all being logged with OpenTelemetry. So I can see the logs directly and filter them and interact with them, whether I save and export this data to something like SolarWinds or Datadog or Application Insights, or even into a Prometheus repository and I put it up with Grafana. Can you use SQLite? Eventually. It's not there right now, but eventually. Really great stuff. I want to park where I am at this point because it has been a very, very long day. We are closing in on 7 hours here on stream. So I would like to wrap up for now. Save off where we are and come back and do more with this next time. Let me run a quick git status. Yeah, we updated some of those things. Let's jump up one more git status. Let's take a peek here. No, one more folder up. Add everything in SharpSite Web. Let's add everything in SharpSite Abstractions. And let's commit that. Started work on UI for plugins. And I'll push that out, and we're all set to work again tomorrow. You caught me way too late here, Anubis. I'm sorry. Can I explain what I'm working on? I have a document that's linked at the top of the chat right there. That on the repository, there's a README there that'll tell you what it is we're building. We're building an accessible CMS with .NET 9, .NET Aspire, and Blazor that you're free to use any way you'd like. So you can check that out. You can learn more about it. All of the source code is available there. And thank you, Junie. We've got a Discord with folks hanging out, talking about this project, talking about other things they're working on, and happy to answer questions and help you in your software development journey. All right. I am wrapping up. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. Who else is out there we can get you connected with? If you're watching on YouTube, I've got lots of other great videos available to you just below over here, somewhere over here, depending on how you're, which YouTube app you're using. But let me get you rated over to somebody else who's doing something fun and interesting with tech here live on Twitch. And let me get you rated into somebody who's actually a game developer. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the cheer.
Ninja 7 cheered 100.
Much appreciate the bits there. Thanks so much. I'm going to get you rated into Irish John Games. Right, make sure I got, yeah, there we go. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow, and we're going to start iterating more and doing a heck of a lot more with the plugin system and starting to load, identify, and activate plugins that we designed here live on stream today. All right? Have a fantastic rest of your day wherever you might be. Make sure you check out the code that we loaded there. It's linked up at the top of chat. If you're watching the YouTube, it's right there in the description. Read about it. I want to hear your questions. Open some issues. Let's talk more about what we've been building, all right? Have a great rest of your day, and I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.